you played c6 very fast, but the computer unbelievably suggests knight to b6. Did you see that move? You can imagine it now. The idea, well, I don't even explain the idea.
Jeez, okay. I mean, okay, that's ridiculous. Oh my god, nice.
It's a fun move.
Yeah,
Okay.
computers.
Welcome everyone to the final round of the group stage of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona Hikaru is playing with the black pieces today against Esipenko, and a draw is enough for him to move on to the next stage. What do you make of this matchup?
Hello, Benjamin. Hello, everyone. I'm super happy to be here for this last round. And as you said, today is really the showdown between Esipenko and Hikaru. We know already that we're not going to have any playoffs in this group A that Hikaru is in, because either Hikaru draws or wins and he is through, or Esipenko wins and he is through. So everything really is on this game, a must-win game for Esipenko with the white pieces.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm quite curious to see how he will try to go about, trying to beat Hikaru. I mean, whether he will open up with e4, d4, I mean, or maybe the English, or one knight f3. So I'm very curious to see what opening he will choose here. I mean, Hikaru, as we've mentioned before, growing up, he was a very aggressive player, but over the years, he's become very, very solid. And he hasn't lost an over-the-board game in a very, very long time. So very curious to see what he will do.
Yeah, I'm also curious. He famously opened with one e4 against Magnus last year in Vaikensee. Oh, and he goes for that again. I was thinking e4, but I think Hikaru very likely will try and play maybe a Berlin. So I was thinking maybe an Italian from Esipenko. What do you think?
I think that's quite likely, that he'll open up with the Italian game. So let's see, knight f3, knight
And let's
c6.
just flip the board, maybe.
Yep. Oh,
And,
indeed.
So here we are, knight c6 is on the board. Is it gonna be bishop c4? Is it gonna be bishop b5? I think bishop c4 and then Italian is what
I think he's gonna go for the
expecting.
Italian, yeah. I mean, he could go bishop b5, but the Berlin has been, I mean, I wouldn't say dead, but black has been very solid there for a long time. So I think he's just gonna go for the Italian game and just play with all the pieces on the board. And there we have it, bishop c4.
So bishop c4, we will be in for a long maneuvering game, very probably, Benjamin.
Yeah, I think that's quite likely. So, yeah, this game between Hikaru is of course going to be crucial. So I was just thinking, the game between Grishuk and Airton doesn't really matter at all for the standings. What could be a nice game? Maybe the game between Rapport and Fedosave, as that one is crucial for the standings in Group B.
Yeah, I think that one would be good.
Yeah, we'll pull that on the second board. Because yeah, just to remind you guys, Aronian has already qualified to the next stage. Wesley So is also looking very, very good in Group D. He's half a point ahead. But Group B is really all to play for. Two players are tied for the lead, Fedosave and Wojtasek, and Richard Rapport is half a point behind. But of course, Hikaru's group is also still very much is not decided at all. He's half a point ahead of Esipenko. So a draw or a win would be enough, but a loss would mean Esipenko would move on.
Indeed. So for Hikaru, he is going to try and play solid today. All the groups still to be decided, except for Group C, as you were saying. And A4 is on the board here after knight C6. Not one of the main lines.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They try to do a lot of different moves here, always with some move orders. Like there's C3, there's castles. Pretty much any move is possible in whatever order. So I wonder what exactly the point is behind A4 here. White is always hoping for a small advantage, but black is always very, very solid.
Yeah, I think that Esipenko today, and it's a tough choice. Of course, it's tough. I think in chess, in general these days, if you if you want to play for, if you have to play for win, it's really difficult to find something where your opponent can't be super solid.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, Hikaru, as we said, he has developed a very solid repertoire over the years. And as we speak, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna ask you, after a4 immediately, usually I think we see c3, as you said, very often before a4. The normal move seems to continue with d6 anyway, or castles. And well, you talked about all the different move orders. Does it matter if Hikaru starts with d6, starts with castle?
If he starts with castles instead of d6, he could keep the option of going d5 in one go open. He has played that many times. So he could do that. Like, d5 is a bit more forcing, so it might be more to his liking in the sense that he could, it's more likely that he could force a draw there, so to speak. And so yeah, that might be more to his liking.
Yeah, so maybe castles. Is there something to be said to copy white strategies? I was just thinking of it, and I see Hans Mans in the chat as well saying, is there anything to be said for responding to a4 with a5?
A5 is possible, and actually I was just about to say, as we speak, we have Hikaru on the big screen. Oh, it's still on. But yeah, A5 is also possible, for sure. But let's see, I think he might prefer castles, because he very often plays with d5, and that keeps that option very much alive.
So we will see. I'm sorry, it's my last day here, so these comments are getting to me even more than... Buck, who is that guy on your background?
There's no one in my background.
Yeah, so Hikaru is still thinking. Maybe it gives us the time to jump around just very briefly, a little bit on the small board. And well, actually, we don't need to jump around. Tell us, this is a very rare guest that we see in Rapport's game, who just played 2 knight c6.
Yeah, well, okay, I just want to say real quick, Hikaru's on the main board again, but he played the move a6, so I guess this must have been his... he must have intended to play with a6 right away, or anyway, I should say, because otherwise he wouldn't play this move. So maybe it signals that he wants to deviate from the lines with short castles and a quick d5. And yeah, I'm curious to see how this one is going to proceed. White has a lot of options. White could castle. There's also always the move bishop g5 by white, or moves like c3. So it will be very interesting for sure.
Yeah, a lot of different ways. I think this game, once again, very likely, although all of this has sort of been seen before. In my experience, we see so many more Giocopianos, and with the players often taking a lot of time to figure out really these small details of which move to play first. There's so many really tiny like different move orders, different, so many things to consider in this Italian game.
Indeed, and you were talking about the game between Fedoseva and Rapport. That was the game you wanted to look at? Yeah, because Rapport is intending to play the Chigorin defense with knight at c6. And I'm curious to see whether Fedoseva will play the move c4. c4 is known to be the best move here. But this is sort of what Richard is going for. Here he will continue with the move bishop g4. And of course, knight c6, it looks a bit odd. Usually black defends a pawn on d5 with a move like c6 or e6, but with the move knight c6 he's going for active counterplay. But I mean, it's a bit risky. So I guess Richard feels like he has to go for something like this to play for the win. And it's interesting.
But he's in a must-win situation, right?
He's in a must-win situation, and the interesting thing is that for Fedoseev, a win would be huge, of course, but a draw would not necessarily... A draw is a decent... I guess a draw is a pretty good result, as Wojtaszek is playing with black. So I don't know, maybe Fedorcev will just try to play solid and just hope that that Wojtaszek will now win.
Yeah, this is really one of the groups where the players will have to constantly sort of keep an eye on the other game that's going on next door. So we have two groups, groups B and D, where all games are still relevant. We have group C, where all the games are irrelevant because Levon is true. And then we have group A, where only Hikaru's game is relevant. So we have all the different scenarios possible across the board.
Yeah, and just to be clear, guys, if Hikaru draws this game, he will move on to the next round. He just cannot afford to lose this one, but any other result is good for him. And it's a good sign that Jesse... Oh, we have him here on the live cam. It's a good sign that Esipenko is thinking here. I think what we see on the live cam, or what we saw very briefly, was, he was, thinking, looking away from the board. Probably he has looked at this at some point and he's just trying to remember his preparation. I mean, I'd be shocked if A6 completely takes him out of book. But then on the other hand, he must have, he prepared E4, right? And okay, if Hikaru is in a, let's put a must draw situation, you will expect him to play E5. So I'm a bit surprised that he's already on his own here, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I would be shocked if he was on his own. None of the moves that Hikaru played are really surprising. So I think more likely that he's trying to navigate his way through the intricacies and trying to remember the different lines, trying to make sure he doesn't mix anything up.
I would guess so, yeah. But on the other hand, he is already spending 5 minutes here. But yeah, I mean, I guess he will play a move like C3. C3 always keeps White's options very much open, because then b4 is an idea in many positions. Bishop g5 is also still an idea. And of course, all the usual stuff with castles. So C3 is probably the move he's gonna make. But yeah, a bit surprising that he is taking his time here.
Yeah, indeed. For him, I mean, for Andre, it's also a game where there's so much at stake. For Hikaru, he was here with us yesterday. He said he has no pressure. Really, I think these days he doesn't consider himself a professional chess player. So I think a very different situation, and it should work out really in his favor. It's so much easier to play when you don't feel that huge pressure that Esipenko is probably feeling. For him, this is a huge game.
Yeah, true. Now, for Esipenko, of course, it's a big game. On the other hand, Esipenko doesn't really have a chance in the Grand Prix, as this is the only event he is playing. There we have him on the live feed once again. And he does seem to be really on his own. So if you're Hikaru, that's definitely a very good sign. It's definitely very relieving or relaxing. I don't know. Because when you face your opponent, blitzing out all his moves, that's definitely very annoying.
For sure. I was thinking about this. I think maybe Andre, I don't think that probably he only plays one Grand Prix, but surely in his mind, he must think there is an outside chance if someone drops out that he might get invited again. So, and also, of course, there is the money at stake and the prestige of getting through the semifinals and the experience that is to be gained. So for Andre, I think there will be a little bit of pressure, at least on this game. Surely there is an outside chance that he can somehow get invited to another event.
That is true, yeah. That's a very good point. And yeah, of course, also the extra prize money of making it through this round, qualifying to the next stage, is also quite significant. So he also has that extra bit of pressure. But yeah, so let's see. So actually, Fedorcev has played. He's played everyone's favorite opening, the London. So I guess he just wants to keep the game a bit more quiet. Bishop g4 by Richie, knight bd2 by Fedorcev. And I mean, black will probably keep all the pieces on the board, but I mean, white is always very solid here, so difficult to really make anything happen here with black, I would think.
Yeah, well, Richard, he is going to have to try, of course. He is half a point behind Fedoseev. So this one early doors, but yeah, Fedoseev will try and keep everything solid. Maybe we check in with the other game in that pool.
Yeah, for sure. Let's check it out. So Grigori Operin against Radek Wojtasek. So this game started off as knight of 3, d5, c4, d4, b4 by Oparin, c5, e3. So sort of a mix between a reversed Banco and Benoni. Knight of 6 by black, and after b5, queen to c7. Now black is not hanging the pawn on d4, because if you take twice, black has to move queen e5 check, hitting your king and your knight, and if you block with your knight, you're gonna hang the rook, so you cannot take the pawn on e4. Oh, and Hikaru's
But
played
still,
move
okay,
e6.
so you cannot take on d4, but it's such a weird position. Have you seen that position before?
I think I've seen this position before, yeah. So with the move queen c7, black is preparing the move e5, trying to grab a lot of space in the center. And I mean, I think Wojtasek can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening, because he might, like, let's say Fedoseev wins, he will need a win himself as well. So I think he can be quite happy about the fact that he's got something combative, at least.
Yeah, and in this group, let's remind everyone that Wojtasek was a replacement player as well. So for him, it's kind of the same situation as Esipenko. Of course, he will try and go through, but at the moment, it looks like they are both poised to only play one of the Grand Prix of the 3 Grand Prix legs. So we'll come back and see what happens here. And also very important to know that in this group, actually, this group will produce the opponent for either Hikaru or Esipenko. But if Hikaru qualifies, he will play the semifinals against the winner of this pool. So either Wojtasek, Fedoseev, or Rapport.
Yeah, but yeah, that group is definitely very exciting. I think it's quite likely that we'll see a playoff from that group tomorrow. And then in pool, let's actually check in pool D. So Wesley is of course doing very well there, so let's check in with him. He's playing with the white pieces against Pentala Harikrishna. Is Pentala still in contention? No, he's out, right? I think he lost.
He's out of contention. Yeah, he is a point and a half behind Wesley.
Right, it's just behind It's just between Wesley and
Dominguez.
So I think Wesley might have a slight advantage here. He's got a slightly better pawn structure. The pawn c6 is always a bit weak. So I think for Wesley, you know, a nice opening in the sense that he's not risking much. Maybe he can press for a little bit. But Pentale has 133 on the clock, which signals that he's still in his preparation. But let's check in the game between Dominguez and Shirov. I think if you're Dominguez, you're very happy to see this, because this is a must-win game for Dominguez. If the other game between Wesley So and Harikrishna ends in a draw, he makes it to a playoff. So he plays the Italian. And
if
Shirov
you're
goes...
Wesley So, you're not happy to see the approach that Shirov took.
No, for sure not. Like, if you're Wesley So, you'd hope that Alexei Shirov plays something more, you know, like Hikaru, you know, like Bishop c5, just plays very traditional, very solid. But this line with h6 and d6 is possible, but it's very combative, but it's also quite risky for black. I mean, black is getting way overextended here on the king side, and actually if you make a move like h5, white could already try to break open the king side with a move like f4. So I mean, I think Dominguez can be quite happy with the opening here. Once again, if he wins and Wesley draws, we will see a playoff there tomorrow.
Yeah, and this group really, I think the last round pairings make it very exciting, because very often you feel, okay, if Wesley leads by half a point, that should be good enough. But Wesley, I think he's going to take... Sorry, what?
Oh, no, go ahead. Yeah, finish her.
No, just that Wesley So, I think he will keep it solid. And then let's say Dominguez has a winning advantage. I don't know how much risk Wesley is willing to take avoid the
Yeah.
playoffs. So that will be very interesting to follow in that group. But first of all, of course, Dominguez has to get that advantage I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I don't think Wesley's going to take any necessary risks to avoid the playoff. Because, I mean, okay, in the worst case, the game ends in a draw, he gets to the playoff. But if he takes so much risk and he loses, he is out. And by the way, I just wanted to point out the game between Levon, Aronian, and Daniil Dubov already ended in a draw. I wonder why Levon just made a quick draw here, but let's pull it up. So this game started off as a Najdorf with bishop to e3, bishop e6, f3. This line is all pretty standard, and here we have an interesting position. The pawn on d5 is a bit weak, but so is the pawn on b4. So it goes a5, queen b7, and bishop c4. And after bishop b7, white goes rook a4, hitting the pawn on b4. The only way for black to defend it is the move rook to b8. White goes queen to d3, hitting the pawn on a6. The only way to defend is rook a8, queen d2. The only way to defend this pawn is rook b8, and they just shuffled back and forth. So already the first result of the day. Maybe we'll have Levon and Daniil Dubov joining later for an interview.
It makes sense for Levon. He was already qualified going into this round, and of course you could question why doesn't he try to play for rating with the white pieces. But I think for Levon, this is his last chance to make it into the candidates. It's been, of course, a lifelong dream of his to become a world champion. He's talked about it plenty. So I think Levon, all he cares about is to try and qualify to the candidates. The quick draw today means he will have not just one, but basically a day and a half of rest, which could be important as well. Especially, I don't know if Levon was in the States before the tournament, in which case it can really help to get that extra rest before playing the semi-final.
Indeed, yeah. And actually, I just wanted to point out real quick, we have more moves in the game between Grigori Oparin and Wojtaszek, but the evil bar does not like what Grigori has done at all. After the move bishop b2, white is taking the pawn on e5, but I guess black is just going to go e5 to defend it. The only question I would have is the move queen e2, which hits the pawn on e5, and you can play bishop d6, but then white can take this pawn over here. So I don't know, white's up a pawn here, but it's difficult to evaluate. I mean, black gets a lot of play. I mean, the queen on e2 is also blocking the bishop on f1, so it's difficult for white to develop. But definitely a very risky opening here for Oparin.
Yeah, I mean, I am shocked that he's played into this, and for Wojtaszek, this could be a huge opportunity with the black pieces. Surely this is not what he was expecting, at least going into the game, that he was going to get something so combative from the get-go. Also, you never know what kind of mood your opponent will show up in. If he's already out of the race, you never know, is he happy to just play a solid game, make a quick draw? Then the question would be, does Wojtaszek even want that? Or is he just gonna go all out? But clearly Oparin is going all out. He's not just happy with a quiet last game.
Yeah, and if you're Fedorsev, you might be wondering, like, okay, Grigori, WTF are you doing, man? Because if Wojtaszek wins and Fedorsev does not win, Wojtaszek moves on. Whereas normally Grigori is a very, very solid player. Oh wait, actually we have Levon and Dubov for an interview. Let's pull them up.
Well, I mean,
to the very live now, and joining us in the press conference room, two grandmasters. They just finished their game. Grandmaster Levon Aronian, Grandmaster Daniil Dubov. A very quick draw. 15 minutes after the round started. Actually, no one was expecting you to finish so fast. Levon, would you like to take us through the moves? What exactly happened for the draw to be signed so quickly?
I didn't really expect this opening to be played. So, and then when Daniil played 97, I remembered
my analysis, but it's a long and very sharp line, and I thought, well, I mean, he's probably better prepared because it's not his usual opening aperture. And I thought just to, you know, the draw is a normal result against a good player. And since if this was a close tournament, of course, I would continue playing and play my main openings. But generally, since it's a preliminary, it's only logical to get more rest before the very tough quarterfinal.
Okay. I'll ask you about that afterwards, but Daniil, it's slightly surprising that you didn't go all out for the win today. Any special reason why you thought a draw would be good? Maybe the position, the opening? Could you explain a bit
first of all, I think I sort of did. I mean, you don't play neither to force a draw, but I mean, yeah, sometimes it happens. This was pretty much my logic as well. Like clearly, Levon has already won the group, so clearly when you are white in such a situation, you basically want to prepare some solid line with some like small plus, and then you play a game. So I thought, like in that sense, playing neither makes sense. It's either white will force a draw somehow, or we get some like really sharp game, and it's not a free roll for white. And yes, this scenario was clearly very sort of normal from both sides. Yeah, I mean, I tried and. He forced a draw. I think in general, this kind of games is normally on white, but I mean, clearly you cannot blame the man who won like three games out of 5 and played brilliantly here. And I mean, obviously the rest, they won't hurt him as well. So yeah, I think this was, like mathematically speaking, this was probably well played from both sides. Yeah, I mean, I tried. And yeah, also Levon, I didn't really need this as well, so yeah.
You were mentioning before the press conference that although it was a threefold repetition, technically speaking, you were forced to make a fourth move. Could you explain to the viewers exactly why that is?
Yeah, I mean, it was Sasha. Sasha was probably the only man there who knows the rules actually, because like first time we claimed it was confirmed, but then Sasha came and said, wait, but after you play rook b8, you cannot castle long anymore, and then you have to play a few more moves, which we did. So I mean, it's nice that you have so many professional players there, and at least one of them knows how to claim threefold and can share his wisdom with all the rest.
For a few more days, just in case one of our arbiters becomes sick, so it would be a good good substitute for sure.
This would not hurt, I think. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Finally, Levon, as a winner of Group C, you're paired with the winner of Group D, which for the moment we don't know. But it will either be Wesley So or Lenia Dominguez. Do you have any special preference for one of the two players?
I think they're both very solid and very tough opponents, and it will be very tough to play against them. So, but it's expected in such a tournament to have tough pairing. I'm just happy that I managed to play well in previous rounds, so I'll try to continue building on that form.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, yeah. Once again, quick draw. Oh, we have another interview.
I will ask some questions, right?
Last candidates tournament in Berlin. In your soundtrack was in Berlin. Your soundtrack was Low Reed's 1973 results. Is it fair went for you, your results? Is it fair to say how the song goes? It was very nice. Oh, honey, it was paradise.
For sure. And that's a great song. Yeah. And I have a tradition of playing really badly in Berlin, so I'm very happy that I managed to break this tradition in this tournament. I mean, the tournament still continues, but I think it's promising.
And in general, how are your impressions so far? I mean, not chess-wise, but let's say touristic-wise.
Well, it's difficult to be a tourist in a city where you lived for 10 years, but it's a privilege to live right in the center. I mean, next to Museumsinsel and next to the Gendarmenmarkt, so all these gorgeous places. And I do walk a lot, and I do look at places that are familiar and dear to my heart, so it's very enjoyable.
Probably my last question, not willing to keep you too long. You might be facing one of the Americans in the next section. What are your ambitions?
Oh, they're old Americans, and I'm new American. I have to, I have to prove that, I can be as good as them or even better.
Perfect. I wish you exactly that, and see you the day after tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Right, I think that is it though for the interviews. So let's see, we have more moves in Hikaru's game. After he played bishop to a7, c3, castles, h3 was played, h6, bishop. Oh, we have them on the live feed. So Fiona, what do you think of this move, bishop e3 by Esipenko?
Yeah, bishop e3. I mean, this is one of the rare positions in general. My openings knowledge is absolutely terrible. This is something that I've played mostly on the black side. I think in general, when you're black, you don't want to take that bishop on e3. Maybe for more beginner players, it seems tempting to damage white's pawn structure, but white will get some play along that semi-open f-file. So I think in general, black lets white take if white wants to. And I guess one of the question is it already the right moment to break in the center with d5? I think very often that's what these Italian games turn around. When can black strike in the center, and does it equalize at that point?
Yeah, d5 is indeed a very interesting option. I mean, white will probably have to take. We take with the knight, I guess. White takes on a7, I guess. We take with the rook. And I mean, if black can stabilize here, black should be fine. Because he sort of resolved the tension in the center. He traded off one pair of minor pieces. So I guess Hikaru might be thinking about this. But just to remind everyone, we had already our first draw of the day between Levi Aronian and Dubov. So yeah, that one is already in the books.
Indeed. So that one is over. That pool was anyway over before we came in there. I think that result indeed made a lot of sense. So Vidit and Vincent Keimer are still playing. I think for Vidit it makes a lot more sense to try and play for the rating, although they both know the tournament ends for them after today. I think that's a game where both players are happy to just consider it a normal game, especially in these pandemic times. A lot of these players don't get so many opportunities to play over the board elite chess. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they are still playing.
Yeah, and I was just getting word that Sviler versus Nakamura last year in the St. Louis Blitz had the same opening until Esipenko played the move h3. So maybe Hikaru has still bishop e3 has not been played. Maybe he has still looked at this at some point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's strange with those Italian positions, right? Because sometimes you kind of feel like, okay, I've seen this position a million times, and then you think, well, actually, then the pawn wasn't on a5, but it was on a4, and sometimes, you know, the king was already castled, or sometimes the knight was already on d2, and you never, at the end of the day, at least for me, I find it so hard to navigate my way through all the small nuances in the Giocopiano.
Indeed, yeah. So it's always very interesting indeed because of all these move order subtleties. Maybe, you know, they take their time in the opening trying to figure out like, okay, this is a position I want to go for, this is a position I want to avoid. But it is likely that they have looked at this at some point. So curious to see whether Hikaru will go for d5. That's definitely one option. Trading is still an option, or playing very solid with a move like bishop e6 himself, or prepare that with a move like rook e8 if he does not want to double his f-pawns.
Yeah, so plenty of options. And I think mostly a case, I'm sure that both players are well familiar with the territory, but as you're saying, it's just a case of so many subtleties and also deciding which is the right path for this tournament situation, because I think there are different moves that are more adapted to different situations, if that makes sense. So I think Hikaru will try and think, okay, probably what he's thinking is which is the most solid, and I don't think that Hikaru necessarily wants to see complications here today. I think he'll just try and keep things under control.
Indeed, yeah. And for those of you who are wondering, players cannot offer a draw before Black's 30th move. Right now Hikaru's made 9 moves, so it's definitely way too early to offer a draw. But even if Hikaru would offer a draw, Esipenko would decline it for sure, because a draw doesn't bring him anything. So Esipenko could even take a little bit of risk, and then let's say he sees things going the wrong way, then he could still offer a draw, and Hikaru might still take it because the tournament situation. And it's also not like you can trade everything on demand here as Black, but I'm sure Hikaru will try to be solid one way or another.
And I was just reading in the chat, yeah, let's refresh the board, the small board on the left, where we had just a couple of moves were played, and yeah, really looking dangerous for Gregory Oparin.
Yeah, so he's captured his pawn on the 4 once again. It could not be taken because it would put the Black King in check. But look at the white pieces, especially the bishop on f1 will always have a tough time getting into the game. But on the other hand, how is Black gonna proceed, right? Black is down a pawn for the moment, and if you don't do anything, white is eventually gonna get developed, and he will then be up a pawn. So it's up to Black now to prove the compensation, but Wojtaszek should have something here, I would think.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this game goes. And as you were pointing out earlier, if you're Fedoseev, if you're a fellow countryman of Oparin, you don't feel super happy when you see that the other game is heating up, and it's heating up so early. Yeah, definitely a true result position in that game, not what you want to see when you're Fedoseev, who he still has a very solid position. Maybe we can bring that up for just 1 second.
Sorry, what game?
The Fedoseev report.
Yeah, let's see, Fedoseev versus report. Yeah, so this one is proceeding very slowly. Yeah, so bishop f4, bishop g4 was playing, knight bd2, e6, e3, bishop d6, trade, and c4. But yeah, it will be interesting to see. This one is looking very even so far, but a draw might not be enough for Fedoseev here. Report definitely needs to win, so the report might try to shake it up at some point, but if Wojtaszek is going to win his game and Fedoseev does not win, Wojtaszek will make it through.
Yeah, very interesting group, this one. I feel the one with the most intrigue across the 2 games. And we see on the big board that Hikaru has decided on rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8, a very solid move. He just wants to go bishop e6 and trade off the bishops. And I was just wondering, maybe white can play a move like queen b3, hitting the pawn on f7, because now you do not have bishop e6 because you hang the pawn on b7, right? Let's say we take on b7. I guess this that's sort of the risk of playing bishop e6. So maybe Hikaru will have to make a move like rook e7 to defend that pawn. But this is of course a bit awkward because you still cannot play bishop e6. So maybe Esipenko can hope for a small edge there.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that the move rook e8, queen b3, as you're saying. My bad. I don't know, the more I sleep, the more I've been sleeping. People would be so shocked if they knew how much. I think I've been sleeping an average of like around 9 to 10 hours every night. But the more I sleep, the more tired I get. But no, queen b3, I think makes a lot of sense to hit that pawn. And yeah, after rook e7, the position could be a little bit awkward still to to
Yeah.
equalize.
Right. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, no, Hikaru, he knows he might be a tiny bit worse, but he's gonna try to be very solid here for sure. He has a lot of experience in games like these. I mean, he's played in many knockout formats, and it's always been very, very difficult to beat him when he needs to make a draw with black. So I think I have faith in him that he knows what to do here. And Queen B3 has just been played by Esipenko.
I see a lot of suggestion in the chat. I don't know how tea delivery, how that is going to help. Popcorn would be nice, actually. Popcorn would be very nice. I'm not a coffee drinker, but maybe a coffee. So yeah, Queen B3 on the board, and Rook E7, I think the move we are expecting. I don't think Hikaru will go back to F8.
Yeah.
And
No, some coffee always
yeah,
does wonders. So let's see what Hikaru will do here. We see him on the camera. He's looking to the side. So I wonder what exactly he might be thinking about. But yeah, I'm pretty sure both players are on their own here. They're just taking their time. Yeah, very solid position so far. I think both players cannot be too unhappy in the sense that Esipenko has some play. On the other hand, Hikaru is very, very solid here.
and I see a lot of people are asking about Bishop E6. I know you already went through that, but maybe we can once again show why Bishop E6 would not necessarily be the best.
Yeah, so Bishop E6 is an option, but you have to be ready to deal with sacrificing the pawn on B7. I mean, White could consider taking on B7 right away, but there's, I guess, something like takes and Queen at D7. We defend the knight, and also this pawn is under attack. So maybe this works out for black, but I don't know. You do have to make that decision at the board, and also the thing I would be most worried about is White taking on E6 and then taking on B7. So I don't. Maybe a move like D5 because you defend the knight, strike in the center, and this queen is still offside. But once again, you do sacrifice a pawn in a game where a draw would be enough. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the main point here, really, that this is not a line you want to walk into when you only need a draw. And I'm not saying that you should always, because, and I'm sure you'll agree, because you cannot just play for a draw. That so often backfires if you come into a game and you think, okay, let me go for the draw, let me go for the draw. But there's the other end of the stick where it's like, there's also no need to take too many risks, and giving up the pawn on B7 at the very least would lead to a double-edged position.
Indeed, yeah. So I'm curious to see. I mean, to be honest, I'd be surprised if Hikaru goes Bishop E6. I think it's more likely that he'll just try to be solid with a move like Rook to E7. But of course, we will see. I think this move is more likely than him sacrificing the pawn with Bishop E6. Because that's my experience of Hikaru.
And Benjamin, maybe we can quickly, at some point, check in with Dominguez against Shirov, which was shaping up as one of the more interesting games of the round. Also very important for Pool D, because Shirov is just sort of playing in the center and on the king side, but with the king firmly stuck on E8. So I'm curious as to what's going on there.
Yeah, so after 91, he played H5, F4 by Dominguez, breaking open the F file. Shirov traded and played D5. But
wait,
once
do
again,
we still... Sorry, I have a small delay when I watch the stream. Is the camera still on, or did you remove it?
Let's see. No, it's not on Hikaru anymore. So let's pull the main board, the second board out. I mean, so this is the position we have in Dominguez versus Shirov. D5, quite a surprising decision given the fact that the king is still in the center. Once again, if you're Wesley So, you might be thinking like, hey, Alexei, can you play something just a little more solid? But yeah, I don't know. If Dominguez wins this game, he has very good chance to make it to a tiebreak with Wesley, and it's looking pretty good for him, I would think.
So how do you think he should proceed here? The position, as you said, looks promising with the Black King in the center, but how do you go on about trying to punish that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we can trade on d5, and then, but Black is gonna recapture with a knight and hit a rook, of course. But maybe we just drop back and go for a very quick knight e4, because as soon as the knight lands on e4, White will get a lot of attacking ideas. Like bishop g5 comes into the position, knight g5 in some cases. And once again, like, look at these pawns, they're way overextended. How is the Black King ever gonna feel safe when it castles? So, I don't know, it's looking really weird to me what Shirov is doing in this position.
Yeah, I mean, it's really strange that Shirov is going all out like that. And as you said, if you're Wesley, you look over to the other board in horror. But he's doing justice to his nickname of Mr. Fire on board.
Indeed, yeah. So let's check in real quick in the game between Wesley and Hikaru, because if Wesley wins that game, he seals the group. So let's see what has happened here. So we last checked in after rook to b8. We saw a trade on b4, b3 by Wesley, bishop e6, knight c3, and c5. So White should be a tiny bit better. I mean, the pawns on c5 and d5 are always a little bit weak, but very difficult to make anything of this position, because as soon as you move this knight, Black will always go a4 and trade his a pawn for the b pawn, giving White an isolated pawn on b4. So very, very difficult for White to prove an advantage here. So I think it's quite likely that this game of Wesley will end in a draw and Dominguez will win. I think it's quite likely that we'll have a tiebreak there.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is certainly what it's looking like. I can't believe we're only 45 minutes into the game and the Shirov game has already heated up so much. But I agree with you that right now it looks likely we'll see a playoff in Group D, and I also think it's quite likely we'll see a playoff in Group B. Although having said that, with the risk of Parinus taking, who knows what's going to happen there.
Yeah, and we have more moves in that game. So we left off after knight at c2. Wojtaszek played knight bd7, and after knight c3, knight at c5. So what should Oparin do here? I mean, if Black gets a move, he will go e4. Maybe try to go knight at d3. That could be an option. I don't like this for Grigori at all. He somehow has to try to get developed, but how? I mean, let's say we play a move like Queen d1, right? To go bishop e2 and castles. How bad can that be?
So the question is, after Queen d1 is Black, ideally we want to do something immediately, I guess, because if White gets to consolidate and castle, the advantage will be gone. So what could be such a move after Queen d1?
Right, Black could maybe play a move like e4 to prepare the move knight at d3, but even if knight d3 lands, he's also hitting this. Even if knight d3 lands on the board, we could always trade off the knight and go knight e3. So it's not too easy. So let's say after e4 we play a move like h3 to make sure h2 is not hanging. It's not too easy just yet for Black to break through. On the other hand, like, even if Black doesn't win on the spot, he always has very good positional compensation. So don't quite I mean, yeah, I wonder why Oparin is doing this. I mean, he's a very solid positional player, and he's gotten himself into a much worse position after 10 moves.
Yeah, it's very hard to understand, especially, I don't know what terms Oparin and Fedoseev on. I always sort of assume most Russian players seem to be on good terms. So yeah, definitely surprising to see what's going on here. I saw there was a question in the chat. Does it matter where they finish in the pool? The money situation, I'm not sure. I guess the higher you place in the pool, the more money you get, but also for the Grand Prix points, it is important. So the second place finisher in the group will get more points than the third, and I think the fourth place finisher gets 0 points. That's the only thing I remember from looking it up. But so yeah, it does matter even where you finish in the pool.
Indeed, yeah, and actually, if you finish second in the pool and maybe you win one Grand Prix, maybe you still have an outside chance. So there's definitely still, you know, plenty to play for, and of course also the prize money. Hikaru in the meantime is still thinking after the move Queen B3, so we'll just have to wait and see what move he will come up with there. So let's keep moving around. Like, what other game is worth looking at?
Well, we have checked in. We could quickly, although there is nothing really at stake, we could quickly check in with the other group, the other game in Group A between Grishuk and Bakru, and see what's going on there.
Yeah, so this started off as a classical Sicilian, e4 by Grishuk, Bakro playing Sicilian, and the move knight to c6. He's played this quite a bit recently. And we have a very interesting development. White voluntarily trades his g-pawn for the black h-pawn, but in the process, black takes with the knight, which enables him to play the pawn cloud with the king coming to e7. However, the king sits fairly safe here behind these pawns, but I think most people can be happy that Bakro feels confident enough to play the pawn cloud here against Alexander Grishuk.
I mean, it's once again, this is move 15, very unusual position. And after rook to g1, which has just been played, I think which hasn't just been played. Bakro has been thinking actually for half an hour here after rook g1.
All right, so I guess king takes c7 was the last move of his preparation. Yeah, I mean, by putting the rook on g1, I guess maybe you play a move like g6, making sure this pawn is never hanging. And the knight is always secured. Maybe then you can follow up with a move like queen to c5. The queen trade should always be good for black, so I'm sure white will decline it with a move like queen to d2. Actually, black could play queen c5 here. Right, because you offer a queen trade if white trades. The endgames are good for black. So what white will actually do is play the move queen to d2, which actually sacrifice the rook, but I doubt that black can take it, because if you take, white's going to take here, and white's attack should be strong enough for the sacrificed rook. I mean, if you go to e8, we take here, and you can also take this pawn on b7, and if you go to f6, maybe something like e5 check, the king can never go to g6, do the bishop d3, and if you go to g5, I mean, once again, we can always take the bishop, we're only down in exchange. And with the king wide open, white should be doing fine. So, yeah, I guess that's what Bakro is thinking about.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary situation for him. For Grishuk, actually, we were just talking about the group standings. I was gonna say, I think Grishuk will definitely try and place as high as he can in the group, and then try and have an outside chance to qualify by winning the other Grand Prix he plays in. But I was just thinking it's gonna be very difficult for Grishuk anyway to even place second. He needs to hope that Nakamura beats Esipenko and that he himself wins, and then he will share second place with Esipenko, but I really feel, yeah, that it's only, as you said, an outside chance to qualify from the Grand Prix if you don't go through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, no, I think Grishuk doesn't really have a chance here. I mean, because yeah, like you said, his only hope would be to finish second, but even that is looking unlikely because Hikaru would have to beat Esipenko, and as we discussed before, if things start going the wrong way for Esipenko, he can just offer a draw, and Hikaru might still take it because that would mean he would move on to the next stage. Yeah. So there's that, and even if that happens, he shares second place with Esipenko, so they might split the points, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's how it works. I'm also not, I haven't done, it's not an easy system. The Grand Prix is definitely a tournament with so many aspects to it, but I think the points are probably shared, which very likely not enough, even if you win the other, leg.
Yeah.
Hikaru is still thinking. Is that concerning, do you think?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, sorry. I would think, I mean, yeah, he has to, he's got to move, you know? I mean, he's thinking for more than 15 minutes already. Something is bothering him. I don't know exactly what it is, but maybe he is calculating this move bishop e6, but there might be a variation he does not quite like. I guess if you can make bishop e6 work, it's the move you want to play, because then after the trade, you move your rook in one go, whereas let's say you go rook e7, you might lose a tempo later on by moving this rook once again. But once again, it always involves this pawn sacrifice. If white does not take on b7 but plays a move like knight d2 right away, I guess black's doing quite fine after a move like d5 in the center. So I guess he's considering this move. If he can make it work, so let's have a look at it. So we said bishop e6, right? So he has to consider bishop takes e6 and queen takes b7, or queen takes b7 right away. So if white goes queen takes b7, we take on c4, pawn takes, and we go queen d7. We defend the knight, we threaten to go rook here, and also this pawn on e4 is always hanging. So black should be doing fine here, I would think. This position should be fine for black after taking the pawn on e4. But I guess the most challenging line after bishop e6 is trading on e6, and after rook takes, queen takes b7. Right, and here we said the move d5. I mean, okay, he wants rook d8, rook b8, sorry, to try and trap the queen. And if white trades, we take with the knight. And even after, let's say, white trades here, we can always take with the rook, and if the queen drops back, white seems to be doing fine, but black gets a huge initiative after someone like knight f4, hitting the pawn on d3, there's rook g6. So maybe he's calculating all of this.
I think that's what he must be calculating, because I don't see any other candidate moves apart from rook e7. I mean, rook f8, I really can't imagine that we'll see that move appear on the board. Or Benjamin, what do you think? How bad would it be to lose those tempi by going back to f8?
It wouldn't matter too much, right? Because the position is still very solid if you play, let's say, rook f8 or rook e7. But white will get a small advantage, and that's not really what you want, right? The game sort of keeps going. White can try to create small problems slowly but surely. And yeah, once again, it's not really what you win. So if you can solve your problems in a direct way with a move like bishop e6, that is definitely to be preferred. So maybe that's why he's thinking already for like 20 minutes already, right, at this point.
Yeah, he's been thinking for a long time, just dropped under an hour. And well, it's still very early doors, of course. We're only on move 11. But something tells me that either there's something he doesn't like, or yeah, I hope he makes a move soon. If he can make bishop e6 work, of course, that would be fantastic. But that's always the problem. You spend a lot of time calculating all the different lines after bishop e6. And if you don't come to the conclusion that you would like, that this isn't that it's not all working out, then you're back. Oh, and he just played a move. I was gonna say you're back at square one, and queen e7, not a move we had considered.
Yeah, we didn't consider this move. So queen e7, I guess Esipenko has to continue with a move like knight d2. I don't know. Like, let's say white does play knight d2. What do we actually do here? Because now bishop e6 has sort of lost its appeal, because we lost some time here with the queen, and white got to develop another piece who's better prepared to deal for the pawn sacrifice. And if we play a move like rook b8, white can always trade on a7, and our knight will have to move back. So this is also not quite ideal. We also don't really want to trade on e3, because we open up the f-file for white. So Not really liking it, to be honest. He's also down 20 minutes.
Yeah, knight d2, and white just seems to have quite easy play. Like, it's not like there's anything seriously wrong with the position, but I think what you're getting at, Benjamin, is that these position, it always starts with just a little uncomfort, and then it sort of goes from there.
Yep, so let's see what Esipenko will do here. I expect to move knight d2, just developing another piece. Looks very natural, but of course we'll just have to wait and see. So let's see what is happening in the other games.
I was seeing some comments again about Dominguez Shirov, so maybe we can briefly check in there.
Yeah, so let's pull that up. So after the move d5, he's played the move rook to f1, bishop e6 by Shirov, and d4 by white, which involves a pawn sacrifice, whether it's temporary or not. Black could take the pawn on e4, and I wonder what white is planning here, to be honest.
So let's have a look. D takes.
But you can maybe trade on e6 and play something like queen to b3, but I don't know. I'm not too impressed by this, to be honest. Because here white loses a lot of time, and early on he was really playing for the initiative. So maybe this is his idea. I don't know. I don't know what else he.
I mean,
he could
yeah,
do.
no, it's definitely strange that Dominguez would give up the pawn on e4, which is, especially, I mean, that's quite a big pawn.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit surprised by that last move, d4. My guess is Shirov will take on e4, and we will find out what Dominguez is planning.
Indeed, and actually, as we speak, Esipenko has already moved. He's played the move knight bd2, developing another piece. It's not looking easy here for Hikaru. I don't really see how he should get developed, so he definitely has some problems to solve here. Also, he's down 20 minutes, so let's hope he can figure it out here.
Yeah, the position certainly, and I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Is sometimes you just play normal moves in the Italian, and suddenly with these subtleties and nuances in board order, suddenly you're already in a little bit, I wouldn't say trouble, but a slightly uncomfortable position where it's suddenly, okay, what move do I play next without damaging my position too much? So yeah, we're a little bit concerned. I don't think it's the end of the world or anything serious yet, but I don't think this is what Hikaru wanted out of the opening, for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see what he's gonna do here. I mean, maybe a move like rook b8, making sure this pawn is always protected. But once again, as we said, white will probably then trade on a7, forcing the knight to an awkward square, and maybe follow up with a move like d4, since white has everything developed and black's pieces are placed slightly awkward. I mean, I would hope that for Hikaru he can somehow take a slightly worse position and just sort of defend that out to a draw. It's sort of what we would hope for. Because once again, the draw
yeah, of course. I
would be
mean,
enough for him to move on.
it's early doors. For sure, it's early doors and nothing dramatic yet. But we need to make sure that we play a little bit faster and not to let the position get out of hand.
Yeah. So yeah, once again, this game between Dominguez and Shirov is heating up. Let's check in again in the game between Oparin and Wojtasek, because if Wojtasek wins his group, wins his game, I think he is gonna win the groups. After knight c5, knight e3 was played, bishop e6, queen to d1, and e4. I think it's looking quite good for black. But yeah, we'll just have to wait for more moves. But yeah, with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking our very first break of the day. Do not go anywhere, you guys. Keep sending Hikaru your energy. He needs it. A draw would be enough to move on. and we will see you guys after the break.
Your energy and your primes. Get your
Oh, yeah.
Esipenko down on time. Use that prime. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the group stage of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, what do you make of the latest developments in Hikaru's game?
So not so much has happened. Well, in fact, only one move since we left. Before the break, we had seen that Andrei Esipenko played the move knight b2 d2, which is the normal developing move, and Hikaru responded with one of the moves we had been looking at, rook b8. And I believe you were saying before the break that there's a little bit to be concerned about if white captures on a7.
Wait, and actually I just realized Esipenko could win a pawn here. Like, he could take on a7, and if black recaptures, maybe he could take on a6. You cannot take because that hangs your rook. But on the other hand, if white plays this move, bishop takes a6, black has the move, bishop takes h3. Because if you take this bishop, now we can take, as our rook is protected. On the other hand, maybe if we take here, maybe white can take on b7. It's getting very, very sharp, but on the other hand, this might be the sort of imbalance white could be looking for. So I don't know, it's at least an option.
So let's go back and let's see. So after bishop a7, knight a7, so yeah. So here we can take the pawn on a6 if we want.
Right, so
Are there any other?
Oh,
Yeah,
go
bishop a6 is for sure something that Andrei is thinking, and yeah, let's go down once again that line.
Yeah, so if bishop takes a6, once again black cannot take because the pawn is pinned to the rook, but black has the move bishop takes h3, connecting the rooks, because let's say white takes now we take on a6, and black's in very good shape. The pawns are equal and white's king is suddenly wide open. But once again, if we take on h3, maybe white can take here, but I mean, on the other hand, this gets quite forcing. Maybe there is some sort of forced draw here if black, I don't know, ends up taking on g2 in some line and goes for some sort of repetition. So maybe if you're Andrei, you just want to keep the game slow and continue with a move like d4, but he must be considering it for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I think he will take a little bit of time here and figure out if he can get away with that line of taking on a6 and taking on b7, then I think he will go for it. If he feels like there's too much counterplay for Hikaru, then I'm with you. Then I think he will decide on a move like d4, which also is that's actually a very pleasant position for him to play with the pressure along the g8, a2 diagonal and the center, and so white's pieces basically are all perfectly placed.
Yeah, no, I think that's what he's gonna go for. Just keep the game very slow, just slowly build up the tension, because okay, he knows if bishop takes a6 does not work, he lets Hikaru off the hook right away, but with d4 he can slowly but surely still build up. So yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Esipenko still thinking after the move rook b8. So what
can you maybe
games...
explain?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Maybe you can explain why we want to take on a7 first rather than going d4 immediately.
Right, because it would force the knight away from c6. On c6 it's controlling more central squares, but on a7 it's of course a little bit offside, and then white is better prepared to go for the move d4, so just to lure the knight away to a worse square.
So bishop a7, the move we are expecting, but good news at least that Andrei has started going into the tank a little bit now, only 10 minutes between the players who are very closely matched. And Benjamin, maybe we can take a little tour of the other games.
Oh, bless you.
Thank
yeah,
you.
so this game between Grigori Oparin and Wojtasek is still very critical, of course, for the standings in Pool B. I mean, I kind of like Wojtasek's position. In the current position, he might be taking the pawn on h2 in some variations. And if white plays a move like h3, white is losing a lot of time. And black could also just go for some sort of positional compensation. And most like rook 88, moving the bishop out of the way, and then putting pressure on this pawn on d2. So let's imagine Wojtaszek wins this game. Does Fedoseev have any chances to catch up with him? I mean...
So let's see, Fedoseev would need a win in that case. But his position against Rapport looks very symmetrical. The question is, does White have a little pressure still? The knight on a5 looks quite out of the game. What do you think?
Yeah, I think White, if someone's better, it's definitely White. Maybe something Fedoseev could hope for is that Rapport at some point will take a bit of risk, because Rapport knows he has to win. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, to win his position on the mans for Fedoseev is not looking easy at all. So I think Wojtaszek can be quite optimistic about his chances here.
Yeah, I mean, really, Pool B, probably the closest pool at the moment, with all three players, Rapport, Wojtaszek, and Fedoseev, all still in with a chance to qualify out of this group. So we'll keep a very close eye here. Do you want to... Have we looked at Vidit against Keimer? Did we look at that briefly earlier or no?
I don't think we've looked at that game at all.
Yeah, maybe we can very quickly. It doesn't look too exciting, so just a quick look there.
Yeah, so Vincent followed this line that Magnus Carlsen chose in the World Championship match against Jan Pomniachtchi, going for a very quick d4, and now knight at c6 and bishop c5, solidifying the pawn on d4. Vidit going knight bd2, bishop b7, knight b3, castles, and e3, trying to take control of the center. Vincent traded and knight at g4. So Magnus did something very similar against Jan. Bishop c5. He traded b6, and I went back to e4, bishop b7. So White has more control in the center, but Black is very, very solid here. I wonder up to what point Vincent had prepared all of this. He played rook b8, rook e1, knight f6. And after knight c3, knight e7. Vidit played knight e5. We saw a trade of knights. But yeah, I mean, I think maybe Vidit is a little bit better here. But Vincent is very, very solid. He's up half an hour on the clock. So I think he can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. Vincent only spent 15 minutes of his time. A draw here with the black pieces, I think, would be good. Vincent, I'm just realizing now, has actually lost 3 games in a row prior to this game. So a tough event for him, a great learning experience, but for sure, I hope for Vincent's sake that he can end on another loss here.
Indeed, yeah. So that game is progressing like that. So let's see. I think we've spent plenty of time on the game between Oparin and Wojtaszek. Maybe let's check in Group D again. We have more moves over there. Aha. And after move c5, Wesley played the move knight e2. I like this move quite a lot. He's putting pressure on the pawn on c5. And after rook f8, he put his knight on f4, putting pressure on the bishop on e6 and the pawn on d5. Pentala played c4. Wesley traded and played queen of d1, putting pressure on the pawn on d5. Queen c5, and here he traded on e6 and played bishop f1, hitting the rook. And it's not looking easy here for Pentala. And actually, we should remind the people that if Wesley wins this game, it's all over. Like, it doesn't matter whether Dominguez beats Shirov, Wesley will just move on to the semifinal against Levon. So I guess Pentala has to trade on c1, but it looks quite pleasant for Wesley because the pawn on a5 is always a bit weak. Pawn on e6 is a bit weak. The king on g8 is always a bit airy. So I think Wesley has a lot of reasons here to be optimistic.
Yeah, and where do you think? I mean, last time we checked in here, it looked very, very equalish. Where do you feel things went wrong for Hare Krishna?
Well, maybe with the move c4 he played earlier, but actually we have Esipenko on the big screen here. I guess he is gonna trade on a7. I guess we'll see that. Yeah, and we see the trade on a7 happening. Guess we'll see Hikaru getting back to the board shortly. He'll probably take this knight and take the bishop on a7. That's what I predict. Let's see.
Oh, and Chess Millers is making a good point, actually. If Hikaru makes it out of this pool, there will be 3 Americans in the semi-final, which is actually incredible.
Yeah. Indeed. And the good thing for Hikaru is that there's quite a good chance that the players in Pool B will have to play a playoff. So Hikaru, if he draws this game, he will have a nice rest day. But the players in Pool B will have to duke it out in a tiebreak tomorrow, if that happens.
And look at this, Andrei Esipenko, he does go for d4. So we were thinking bishop a6 was a possibility. I'm sure he considered it, but in the end decided for just go for the central push.
Yeah. So d4 by Esipenko. Nice move, putting pressure in the center. And I don't know, how should Hikaru continue here? I mean, trading on d4 should always be better for white. Maybe he can just continue development with a move like bishop to d7. But actually after bishop d7, I just realized that white always has the tactic of taking on e5. And if black takes, he can take on e5 and taking on f7. I don't know how this plays out. I mean, maybe it's good for black because you get the 2 minor pieces against the rook and the pawn. But it's something to think about, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this position would suddenly have a completely different character. And I see a question. I see a question in the chat. Why is b5 not a move? In which position?
Maybe in the current
in this
position. But okay, I guess after b5, white is always going to take en passant. If we take with the rook, our pawn a6 is isolated, so we don't really... Wait, I saw Hikaru reaching for a piece there. If we take with the rook, I was going to say the pawn a6 is always isolated. And if we take with the pawn, we lose the pawn actually right away. So I don't like b5 here. So I think he just has to continue slowly with a move like bishop to d7. But it's definitely looking more pleasant for Esipenko, I think.
Yeah, well, both players now under an hour, as you say, the position still a little bit unpleasant, and Hikaru really just going to have to be very, very accurate here to keep things in the balance. Yep. But as I'm reading in the chat, Hikaru is a great defender, so it's nothing to be too concerned just yet, just a little bit unpleasant with Esipenko having a little bit of pressure here. A little something. Maybe we can check in with Grishuk and Bakur for just a minute if you want.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look at that game. So let's see. Yeah, no real developments there just yet. So Queen c5 was played by Bakur. Grishuk played Queen in d2. Hanging his rook, but it's a sacrifice because you would take on d6. So Bakur played the move bishop c6. So now black should be better prepared to take the rook on g1. Like, let's say white plays a move like a3. I guess here black can take the rook, because if you take on d6, we can go king e8 and our bishop is no longer hanging. So now Grishuk will have to address the threat towards the rook somehow. I mean, maybe just moving the bishop, but I mean, I kind of like black's position from a strategical standpoint, given the fact that all the pawns are nicely connected, while this pawn on h2 is always weak. And this knight on h5 is holding the king side quite nicely. After a move like rook to g5, I guess black always goes e5, and after g6, and I could always come to f4. But of course, the king always feels a bit airy on the e7 square, so it will be very interesting to see how this one will play out.
Yeah, but for sure the 2 clashes between these 2 players haven't disappointed. I'm sure at the back of Etienne's mind will still be the missed opportunity with the white pieces against Grishuk. And today, well, definitely a game where all 3 results are still possible. So although there is nothing at stake, an interesting game here between the 2 players. While Hikaru is still thinking, and maybe we can see, we can go back to Hikaru. You were saying you prefer a developing move like bishop d7. The chat had suggested b5. What other candidate moves even are there for Hikaru? Is taking on d4 ever an option?
Taking on d4 is an option, definitely. I was thinking like maybe he should take on d4 and after pawn takes something like bishop e6, with the idea being that let's say white plays a move like rook fe1, he could then trade on c4 and avoid recaptures with the queen, because if you take with the knight, you can take on e4 and black is doing fine. And actually we have him there on the big screen again. And if white takes with the queen, we have this nice outpost for a knight on b5 where it cannot be challenged. So this would be pretty solid for black. Maybe a problem could be, oh sorry, after bishop e6, a move like d5 hitting the bishop, and if the bishop drops back, black is preparing to move knight b5. So maybe something like knight at, oh wait, actually after bishop d7, black is hitting this pawn here. So I guess white will have to go here, and maybe now we can play knight b5. Maybe he's considering lines like these.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to consider here for Hikaru, as we see the time now just under 50 minutes. I see a question from Alpha Smart in the chat. How good is Esipenko at rapid in case of a tiebreak? Well, that's in this case completely irrelevant because there is no possibility of a playoff, a tiebreak happening.
Yeah,
Either
no
Hikaru
worries.
draws and wins and goes through, or he loses and Esipenko goes through. But to get back to the original question, I think Esipenko didn't even rise to fame at one of these World Rapid and Blitz, and he was only a kid and he beat Grishuk and Karyakin or something like that. Is my memory deceiving me?
Yeah, and I think he played pretty well in the World Rapid and Blitz. I mean, I don't know if it was 2019 or 2017. He had an amazing queen sacrifice against Sergei Karyakin, so he's definitely very strong in the faster time controls as well. He gave Magnus a very tough run for his money in the recent World Cup, but indeed it's not gonna be of relevance here, because if Hikaru draws or wins, he moves on, but if Esipenko wins, Esipenko moves on. So let's see what Hikaru will come up with here. Maybe
and
what
I'm
he
looking.
should... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you go ahead. What you should do?
What he could also do is something like taking on d4 and maybe bishop d7, with the idea of going bishop b5 and once again trading and getting this outpost for his knight on b5. At least that way he gets a bit more stability in the position. But I mean, if he does something like this, he will always have to reckon with the move e5. So I'm sure those are all the things he is considering.
Yeah, I mean, it's always one of these things. If I'm black here and I take on d4, we saw from the bar, the bar doesn't think it's anything special for white, but it always, as black, you feel a little cramped and you're just looking for that shot to sort of equalize completely. In the long term, let's say Hikaru, let's say you were black and you can make 2 or 3 moves in a row. Where do you feel the equalizer would come from? Like, what is the way that black can equalize here?
Yeah, I think it's probably this idea of so let's say we make a couple moves, right? Like let's say we go bishop d7 and white doesn't do anything, right? Like let's say white goes bishop king h1. I think what we want to do is trade on d4 and play this move bishop b5. Because now let's say white plays a move like rook fe1, we're going to trade on c4, and after queen takes we get this nice square on b5 for a knight. And black is doing quite okay here. But of course, I mean, let's say we do play a move like bishop to d7, white is going to go rook fe1. We could still take on d4 and go bishop b5, but of course e5 is always there to worry about. Not easy, but okay, maybe we can trade on c4. So queen takes, maybe take on e5, and maybe things work out one way or another, like after d takes, and we go with the knight here or something. I don't know, it's tough to evaluate, because white gets direct play in the center, but he's gotta go here.
Yeah, I was just seeing a couple of questions in the chat. The first one, why Hikaru don't make moves? Because Hikaru thinking.
Yeah.
Hikaru's thinking. The other question was, why didn't Hikaru play something more Dorish like the Grunfeld? Because it's very hard to play the Grunfeld against 1e4. So
Yeah.
there you go.
I mean, you can try playing the Grunfeld against 1e4. I mean, you can go knight at c6, f4, b6, knight f3, and e5. But this line generally doesn't work out too well for black. The Grunfeld is not a good opening against 1e4. So he just decided to go with e4, e5.
I mean, really, there's nothing more solid Hikaru could have done. I feel like that starting from this move rook e8, when Esipenko played queen b3, somehow that was the beginning of getting under some slight pressure. But knight c6, and the chat is losing their minds. Benjamin.
They're all yelling blunder. So there's two options here for Esipenko that look quite appealing. He has to move rook fe1, after which I don't quite see what he is intending here, to be honest. But there's also the option of going d5, hitting the knight. Now, if you go back to d8, white as bishop takes a6, and it's just over, because both the bishop and the knight are blocking the connection of the rook. I mean, if you take on h3 now, white's just going to take, your rook is still hanging. So after d5, he will have to go back to a7. But of course, I mean, here, maybe white can take on a6. We have to move bishop takes h3. But of course, it all remains very complicated. I mean, white could take on b7. And the question is, does this work out for black or not? I mean, if this does not work out, we might just be lost here. But I'm just wondering, like, let's say Esipenko plays a move like rook fe1. What is Hikaru's intention here? Like, what is the point behind knight c6? Because I kind of liked the fact that the knight on a7 could still hop to b5 in some positions.
I mean, also it was covering that square for the idea you mentioned earlier of bishop d7, bishop b5. So let's try and think. Knight c6. The problem is it's not clear to see where does that knight want to go. If you were white here, rook e1, as you said, is a very natural move. But what do? Do you just try and does d5 immediately come to your mind, you think, if you're white?
I'm sure he's looking at d5, but he probably realized that all these lines are still pretty complicated. So I guess he's just going to go for rook fe1, keeping the tension on Hikaru. Because once again, I don't see an easy move. Maybe he wants to go for some active play with a move like b5. And I guess Esipenko will take. We take with the rook, but this always carries some positional risk. Because now the pawn on a6 is isolated, and it's quite weak. So don't really like... Yeah, I don't like the move knight c6, to be honest, by Hikaru.
I see that Jackal is asking, is he trying to provoke d5 and clog the center?
Well, so if generally I wouldn't really like d5 by white because you block your own bishop and your queen, but it comes with a direct point. Like after knight e7, as we said, white has the idea of taking on a6. Once again, black cannot take because that hangs your rook. But and here we see Esipenko on the big screen. He is thinking about it. He is definitely looking at this. Wait, he's definitely looking at this side of the board. So he's probably looking at all of those options. He's spinning the bishop in his hand in the meantime. And yet they're looking at those lines as well.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's funny actually when we watch chess players and we can kind of make out where their focus is, and clearly Andrei's focus was on that queen side. So he must be looking at d5 and potentially capturing the pawn on a6. After d5, there's only the two options, right? Knight a7 and knight d8. So it's quite not straightforward to calculate because the line continues. But of course, the less candidate moves there are for your opponent, the easier it is to calculate. Whimsical chat. We can hold absolutely everyone breathe. Don't stop breathing. send your primes to get Esipenko low on time. That doesn't work. You have to send your prime singular. Never mind me, Benjamin. Save me out of my awkwardness.
Chat, make sure to throw in your prime to get Esipenko low on time. There we go. It takes practice.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not I feel like you're just a much better salesman than me, and I have to learn a thing or two there.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Hikaru, Esipenko is still thinking. You're saying that you would probably go for the more natural rookie one.
Right. I think rookie one is probably a bit more. I think it's more likely that he will go for rookie one. It keeps the tension. I mean, the lines with d5 and bishop a6 are very committal and very complicated. If it does not work out for white, he just loses his advantage right away. So, but he must realize that after a move like rook f1, he is still quite a bit better. So I think that's what he's going to go for. And given the fact that he's Hikaru, he's not looking. I mean, he's been taking his time here and there. He doesn't really come off as being quite sure as what he should do. So I think it's more likely that he will play rook fe1.
Let me ask you a question from QT Jelly in the chat. QT Jelly is saying, but he could have taken bishop takes a6 before and didn't, so I don't know why he would now. Maybe you can talk us through the differences in this position, taking here on a6 and earlier.
Right, so he could take on a6 here. It's indeed a good point. So the difference is that the pawn would be on d5 and not on d3. And it really is the question who favors that. I mean, I would think that if white takes on a6 here, I mean, black has options like taking on h3 and bishop e6. Those are not available to black if the pawn is on d5. So it feels like with the pawn on d5, it should be more favorable for white to go into these lines. But once again, I think it's unlikely that he will go for this. I think it's much more likely that he will just play rook fe1, keep the tension, and just pass the move to Hikaru.
Yeah, so we'll come back here. We'll see what Esipenko comes up with. Maybe we quickly once again jump around. First, maybe Pool B, where the opponent of the winner of Hikaru's pool will be determined. And do we still like Wojtaszek's position? Maybe we can start there. Muted. Yeah, they are saying you're muted.
Oh shoot, I was I was muted. I was just saying, like, after knight cd5, like, let's say black takes on d5, we're gonna recapture with the pawn.
Wait, are you still? No,
No,
he's back.
I'm not
Okay, never
muted.
mind.
I'm not muted. And actually, rook fe1 has just been played by Esipenko, the move we expected. So let's say black trades on d5, but white's gonna take with the pawn. And then, I don't know, it's not looking too bad for white. Once again, white only needs bishop e2 and castles, and he's very much in the game. And actually, Wojtaszek took with the knight. So let's say white takes with the pawn. I guess he just wants to drop the bishop back and maybe go for a very quick, which is what just happened, maybe go for a very quick f5, f4. Looks quite pleasant for black, I have to say.
Yeah, so Wojtaszek clearly still the one in control. I can't believe that the Baron still sitting in the center with his king, the bishop still on F1. Chat is going crazy. Meanwhile, they are delighted that Esipenko has gone rook f to e1 rather than d5. But as you were trying to explain, maybe it's not.
I still don't quite like the position here for Hikaru, because I don't see an easy move here for black. I mean, once again, there's no move b5, but that feels very committal. He could then instead play a move like bishop d7, but then why did he go knight to c6, right? And actually, white could at any moment choose to go d5 here, let's say the knight then has to drop back to a7. Because if you go to d8, there's once again this tactic of bishop takes a6. And if you go to a7, our knight is kind of misplayed here, and what white could do is go bishop f1 and go for a very quick c4. Let's make a couple random moves. Like let's say black goes king h8, c4, and just to illustrate, move the queen out of the way, and then go for b4 and c5. And suddenly white has a lot of space. So white could choose to go for that. Question is, of course, let's say white does not go for d5, right? Because it's always a very committal move.
Yeah.
A move like bishop f1 is also there. White should still be a bit better. I mean, black is solid, but there's no easy moves in this position.
No easy moves. Yeah, it's still so early doors in a way. If you looked at this position without having seen exactly what happened, it still kind of feels like a standard Joko piano. But yeah, we'll see. I'm very curious to see what Hikaru's next move will be. Will it just be bishop d7, or will he take some more drastic measures? We will see, but still a few questions to be answered here in this position. Meanwhile, so we liked in Group B, we liked Wojtaszek's position, and maybe quickly check in with the other game, Fedoseev against Rapport.
Yeah, so let's check in with that game. So let's see. So queen a3 was played, a6, bishop to d3, b5, rook a1 by Fedoseev. I think this is progressing in the right way for Fedoseev, in the sense that, okay, he's got control over the c file now. Knight d5 was played, rook c1, nice move. So in some cases, white is threatening to go knight e4 here, pressured upon on d6. It's looking quite unpleasant for black. I mean, d6 is always a bit soft. There, white has the c file, so I don't really like it for Rapport. So Fedoseev also definitely has his chances to win this game and win the group in Pool B.
Yeah, this does look uncomfortable, as you're saying. d6, a long-term weakness, the knight on a5 looking awkward right now. And I would really, if I'm white, I would like to do something with that knight on a5, but I'm not quite sure where that knight can go, how to improve my my position as black.
I mean, the knight could come back to b7, I guess, but it's still fairly passive there. What he could do is maybe do something like rook to d8 and prepare the move knight to c6. So at least that way the knight comes back into the game. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that does make sense, but still, I think both of us think this is, as Butcher of World is saying, this is Gary AF. I don't know if he means Hikaru's position or Rapport's position, but it looks like in both games we have on at the moment, white has the more comfortable position, shall we say, but nothing dramatic.
Yeah, and Hikaru has to come up with something, with a plan very quickly, because that's really sort of his problem here. I mean, he doesn't have any real weaknesses, his position is solid, but what are you going to do here, right? I mean, Esipenko has quite a bit of space on the queen side and in the center, and what is black going to do? And Hikaru is struggling, that's why he's taking so much time on multiple moves. So let's hope he can come up with something quickly.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I saw Mr. Kuja was in the chat with us also saying bishop d7 looks like the human move. I'm seeing Aidan just now saying b5 is the best move. Certainly that means according to the engine, but the problem with moves like b5, as you were saying earlier, it's always such a committal decision and not easy to make a move like that.
Yeah, to me, bishop d7 looks like the right move. And then, okay, once again, it's not easy for white to really do something. Black is still fairly solid. Maybe he could drop the bishop back to prepare this whole d5 push. But then maybe Hikaru... I mean, he could always move the queen out of the way. So let's say white goes d5 now. Now we have knight e7. And that's a lot more stable, so to speak. So, I mean, but he just has to move here, I would think. Like, I think
Make
he
a
has to go
move.
bishop d7 and just take it from there. Like, b5 feels so committal, and I don't really see it after pawn takes, rook takes. I mean, we have to have open b file, but I'm very hard pressed to believe that black has enough counterplay here for the isolated pawn on a6. So I think he just has to go bishop d7 and keep the game going, because right now he's like 15 minutes behind on the clock. 38 minutes for 25 more moves is not comfortable at all.
Yeah, it really, and in those spots, the time goes very fast. It's not easy really to come up with a move, let alone a plan, but we'll just trust Hikaru that he is going to find the best defense. Remember, everyone, the position is very far from lost, but for sure an uncomfortable situation for Hikaru. So we'll have to see what he comes up with. Do you very quickly want to have a look at Pool D, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a look at that game. So let's see what's happening. So once again, let's check in Wesley's game. So after bishop f1, rook c3 was played by... wait. We have more moves? No, wait. Board's not updating. Okay, so let's see. Rook c3 was played by Hare Krishna. Wesley traded. Rook c1, queen to b2, and he played rook to c2, hitting the queen. And after queen b6, the very nice move, queen c1, he's threatening to go rook c6. This is looking very problematic for Hare Krishna. I don't see how he's hanging on to the pawn e6 easily, because rook c6 would hit the queen, would hit the pawn there as well. I mean, there's always moves like bishop h3, which look very nasty. I mean, you could play something like e5, but I don't know. Like, also, this king is always quite exposed, so it's looking quite good for Wesley. And in the other group, in the other game of that pool, Lenier did play queen e2 and queen e7 by Shirov. White should be better, I guess, after taking on e4, but nothing too dramatic.
Is black finally going to cancel queenside?
Maybe he will castle queenside indeed. So let's have a look. So let's say we take on e4, black has to take. Let's say we take on e4. I think queenside castling makes a lot of sense. Like, kingside castling feels like black has overextended himself way too much, but queenside castling definitely makes sense in this position. And white could take on e6, giving black the isolated pawn, but black can go for a very quick e5 to get rid of his weakness. So I don't know, I think when Wesley looks over his shoulder, I think he can be quite happy about the developments in that game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this pool, in the early doors, we thought Dominguez a favorite to win his game, and Wesley's position looked quite equalish, but I am very concerned as well about Hare Krishna's position, which we just saw with that weakness on e6. The problem is if that pawn ever drops, the pawn on d5 loses its protector. So a frustrating situation right now for Dominguez, who is certainly better, but he's looking next door, and if he wins and Wesley win, it's not enough. So we'll see what happens here.
For sure. So yeah, I think it's looking pretty good for Wesley. I'm giving him very good chances to move on at this point. So let's see. The game between Oparin and Wojtaszek, because that one is critical in Pool B. So bishop d7 was played, so black is preparing to go f5, f4, and I don't really see what Grigori can do in the meantime. I mean, maybe he has to go like h3 or g3. Like, let's say we play a move like h3, right, to make sure this pawn is never hanging. I guess black is just gonna push this f pawn up the board, and it's not easy. Like, let's say move the bishop out of the way, black just push the pawn all the way through the f3, because if you take...
It just seems so slow.
Yeah, I just don't see how Grigori is getting out of the woods here. So I give Wojtaszek very good chances here. So that means that Fedoseev would have to win, but...
Grigori is also down 20 minutes on the clock, only just over half an hour in this position is very tough.
Yeah, after only 15 moves have been made. So he has 33 minutes for 25 more moves to make until the time control. But yeah, maybe Fedoseev has some chances to try to catch up with with Wojtasek, and that would mean a tiebreak in tomorrow's game.
Yeah, my feeling is we'll have didn't maybe earlier I said 2 playoffs. Now I'm changing my mind. I think we'll have 1 playoff tomorrow, only in Group B.
Yeah.
It's not a very brave prediction, Benjamin, but there you go.
You think we will only have a playoff in Group B?
Yeah.
I think there's actually a very good chance that we will not have any playoffs at all. I mean, let's say Wojtasek wins and Fedoseev doesn't, that would seal their group. I think in Pool D, Wesley's just gonna win, and I think there's a good chance there'll be no playoff at all. But of course, we'll have to wait and see.
But if we don't have playoffs, what will you do with your day off? Would be very, very sad.
Just, you know, relax. Yeah, just chill. I'll be fine either way. Don't worry, you guys. In the meantime,
very
Hikaru
sad.
Still hasn't moved yet. You gotta go, Hikaru.
Yeah, the situation, I'm not gonna lie, I am becoming a little bit worried for Hikaru, because the pressure on the board is one thing, but once the pressure on the board gets coupled with time pressure, it's very, very scary.
Indeed, yeah. No, he's just gotta move here. I mean, Bishop D7 looks like to be the move. So I don't know why he hasn't moved there necessarily.
Are there any moves that aren't like b5 or b6? First of all, is there b5 or b6 are probably the same, right? It's probably gonna take in either case, right?
I would think so too. Yeah, I mean, maybe the only difference after a move like b6 is that white can throw in d5 right away. You do not have to move knight takes a5 due to rook takes a5, and if you take that knight, you hang your rook. So black would have to move his knight out of the way, like let's say the d8, and then white can take here, and maybe this whole inclusion is favorable for white. I mean, he must be considering b5, but I don't think he can be quite happy about it. So I think bishop d7 is the move. But 31 minutes. You gotta move here.
Is there any other candidate, if he cannot make b5 work? Is there any other candidate instead of bishop d7?
Not that I can tell, to be quite honest. I don't really see another move that makes sense. Okay, maybe queen f8. So in case of d5, you can go knight e7. That might be the only other move that makes sense. Right, there's still d5, knight e7, and bishop.
Yeah.
Although I would think that white should be better prepared to deal with this, because the queen steps out of the way. There's no way the queen can quickly get to the white king. So white should just be winning here. You go a6, e7, and that's game over. So
now we really need a move. We're hoping, I think, what you're saying for bishop d7, b5. Maybe b5 is slightly better according to the engine, but b5 also comes with maybe more risk long term.
Yeah, so let's see. So b5, white takes, we take with the rook. Like, let's say the queen drops back to c2, right? Maybe we have to take on d4, because if white takes with the c-pawn, at least we have this b4 square for our knight. But I really don't like it for Hikaru, I have to admit.
Hikaru has just dropped under half an hour, so that's also something really to keep in mind. We're going to have to see a move soon, but as you were saying earlier, also the fact that Hikaru is spending so much time probably indicates that he is not happy with his position right now.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, we're still waiting for a move here. In the meantime, Richard Rapport has played the move rook to d8, defending the pawn on d6. But maybe, so let's say white goes knight e4. The problem is that black is going to take on f3 and ruin your pawn structure and your king's position. So maybe what Fedoseev should do is play a move like knight to g5. Because then he can put a knight on e4 and not damage his own pawn structure. And actually, in the meantime, he's also hitting the pawn on h7. So black has to make a move like, let's say, bishop g6. We trade, and then maybe knight ge4 with quite a bit of pressure here towards pawn on d6.
Yeah, I mean, that pawn on d6 is just such a long-term weakness. Is there any way that black can somehow move the knight from d5 and play d5 himself?
That is one option, but the problem is, like, let's say you do play a move like knight f6 and eventually you go, let's make a random move. Let's say you do go d5, and Hikaru he's played the move bishop d7, but I just wanted to point out real quick, if black does play knight d5, white always gets a square on c5.
Which is also a problem, yeah.
But okay, I'm happy that at least we got a move in Hikaru's game after 17 minutes of thought. So I guess he's calculated these lines with d5, and I guess he's ready to go knight a7. Whether it's good or not remains to be seen. White could, of course, also still make just a random improving move, like maybe queen to c2, bishop f1, slowly but surely improving the position. But yeah, especially the time is a bit concerning here in Hikaru's game.
Yeah, and it's, well, I feel like I'm curious what Andre is going to play. I would almost be surprised if it was anything other than d5, because bishop f1, I'm just not sure. My bishop, I like it right now on c4. Like, what's the advantage of dropping it back? It feels like, especially because he's in a must-win situation, I think he will go d5. Like, I feel that all his pieces are well placed now to strike.
Yeah, so bishop f1, it might look odd. Like, why would you undevelop your bishop, right? But the idea is that, let's say black makes a random move like king h8. He now wants to go d5. Once again, the knight has to drop back to a square like a7, and then follow up with a move like c4. That's why the bishop is moved back, and then he can move his queen out of the way. Like, let's keep making more random moves, like queen a3, and then b4 and c5, and put pressure on black's queen side that way. So I think, let's say Esipenko plays a move like bishop f1, we maybe have to play a move like queen f8 or queen d8, because if white goes d5, now we could go knight e7, and the knight is better placed here than on a7, where it's just very much in the corner.
So d5, bishop f1. If you were white, I know, of course, like a lot of it is just pure calculation, but what does your instinct tell you? Do you prefer d5 or bishop f1?
I feel like d5 is quite committal. On the other hand, the black knight has to go to a7, where it is quite passive. So d5 definitely makes a lot of sense. I guess Esipenko is just gonna try to keep the pressure with a move like bishop f1, because Hikaru doesn't have an easy move. He's been taking his time on every move. And let's say white does go d5, right? Black's move is very simple. Black's only one move, which is knight a7, right? But if he goes bishop f1, he sort of puts the pressure back on Hikaru and tells him, like, okay, make a move, right? I mean, what are you gonna do here with black? So I think bishop f1 makes more sense.
It's just on d5.
Ah, he's played the move d5.
Oh, and
okay,
by
so
the way,
knight
Milos,
a7. You go ahead.
knight a7, yeah, has been played. Milos this was saying, hey everyone, I'm new in this chat. Is it obligatory to say blunder every time the bar drops a bit? Absolutely, yes it is. And welcome to the stream.
Yeah. So knight a7 by Hikaru and bishop f1. So now he's ready to go c4. So I was thinking maybe what Hikaru can do here is go for a move c6 and trade, but the problem might be that, let's say white plays a move like c4, right, and we trade. I don't think pawn takes, c takes is too attractive for white, because black gets his b5 outpost for the knight again. But maybe what white can do is take with the e pawn, and then this knight on a7 is still stuck over there, and white's gonna move the queen out of the way and then push with b4 and c5, and actually that does look quite problematic for black. So not easy at all for Hikaru, but we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. Keep sending Hikaru your energy. He needs you more than ever right now. A draw would still be enough to move on to the next stage, but it's not looking easy at all.
We'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with this game and all the others from round 6 at the Grand Prix. So don't go anywhere.
Yep, we'll see you guys. Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the group stage in the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, what has happened so far over the break in Hikaru's game?
Well, we were a little bit concerned Hikaru's game when we left it on break, and things are really happening. Although we only missed 2 moves after bishop f1, Hikaru has gone with a plan of dropping the knight back to h7 and then forward to g5.
Yeah, so I think he has to... yeah, so let's check in real quick. After 97 bishop f1, here's where we left off. He put his other knight on h7, and after c4, I thought maybe he should play something like f5, but he played knight g5, trading the knights. Now knight c8, b4, and f5. It's looking quite tough for black. I mean, white has a lot of space here, but it's not easy for white to break through just yet. And in the meantime, black can go like queen f6, knight e7, and it cannot be too bad for black, you would think. But maybe white can do something very forcing, like let's say white goes b5, trades on a6, and then c5. That could be quite problematic, but I mean, this d5 pawn could also get weak after a potential trade. Like let's say we take here, and then someone like queen f7, knight e7. Just some ideas, you know. So it's not easy just yet for Esipenko.
So what are the different options that he has right now? The knight g5. Wait, is all of that on the board already?
Yes, f5 is on the board.
Oh, it's on the... Sorry, my bad. Also, one of us is muted. Probably you,
Oh,
I think.
Weird. Okay, so f5. I think I muted myself there for a second. I was taking a sip of water and I forgot to. But f5 by Hikaru. So, I mean, maybe white can also take on f5, right? Let's have a look at that. Like, let's say white takes on f5. I guess we take with the bishop. Maybe white can go somewhere like knight e4. Oh, wait, actually, this queen is defended twice. Never mind, this doesn't make sense. I guess trading on f5, Hikaru should be happy about that, because then he can move the queen and then go knight e7. So let's see what he should then do instead. Maybe just keep rolling on the queen side, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? I feel on the one hand, it is good for Hikaru that at least the position is opening up. For Esipenko, do you feel like only the most precise way will lead to an advantage, or can he afford to play some more quiet moves and wait a little bit?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I would think he cannot afford himself too many luxuries, because Hikaru is ready to go, let's say, someone like queen f6 and knight e7 and launch some sort of counterplay. But I mean, white's play on the queen side should be faster than black's counterplay on the king side, one would think, but it's not easy just yet. Like, let's say white goes b5, which has been suggested by the chat Andes, and let's say we make a move like queen f7, right, with the idea of taking on b5 eventually and then taking on e4 and smashing the white center. It's not easy at all. I mean, this knight is coming to a7. I'm just curious, let's say white trades and goes c5, right? I mean, it cannot be too bad for black, I would think. Like, taking here, we always have bishop b5. It's still fairly solid. So I kind of like what Hikaru has done over the last couple of moves. At least his play is much more clear.
BYN is saying Hikaru can hold #take my prime. Yeah, send your prime. We need to get Andre low on time. I think time could become a huge factor actually in the...
For sure, yeah, Hikaru has 27 minutes on the clock, 90 more moves to be made for him. And Esipenko, 41 minutes, also not... I mean, he still has quite a bit of time, but it could definitely play a factor later on here. So indeed, make sure to throw in... Yeah, Throw in your prime to make Esipenko take his time. There you guys go.
Follow the example of Undefined on Twitch. Thank you for your prime. While Esipenko is still thinking, after f5. Do you want to very quickly? Oh, I'm looking at Group B. It looks like. Did we just see a blunder there, Benjamin?
By who?
By Richard Report.
Huh. So bishop e2 was played. I guess his idea is to maybe go knight c4 or something. But chat is yelling blunder. I don't know why they're yelling blunder, to be honest. I mean, this move does look a little loose, but I don't see why it should be that bad. So I guess they're just trolling. Yeah, no blunder. So yeah, nice debate. And anyway, but yeah, Fedorseev should have pretty good chances here to win. They're saying e4 is +2. Let's have a look. So let's say white goes e4, hitting your knight and your pawn. So I guess black has to take. We take with the knight. Once again, we keep the pressure on this pawn. Black cannot take on d4 because that would hang the knight on a5. But maybe black just plays a move like knight to c4, hitting your queen. Why would that be so bad? I mean, maybe moving the queen over, but queen takes d4. Huh. Maybe here. And all of a sudden, everything is pointing towards the black king. I don't know. Maybe that's what he blundered.
Yeah, and this looks very, very scary now.
For sure.
And so Fedorseev still thinking, but if he finds e4, I don't know if it is winning just yet, but he's a huge favorite, at least to win his game. And in that case, the onus would be on Wojtaszek to also win with the black pieces to tie Fedorseev at the top.
Indeed, yeah. So let's have a look at that game. I think Fedorseev, I mean, if he finds e4, this position could be very scary for Richie. All of the white pieces going after the black king. So let's check in that game between Oparin and Wojtaszek. So we have more moves here. So let's see. So last time we looked was bishop d7. A rook c1 was played by Greg Oparin. Rook e8. Bishop to d4. Okay, so the question still remains. Like, what if black just goes f5 and f4 and just goes for it? Right? What is white gonna do?
What is white going to do? If white still has that king in the center, what does white do? I would love to get the damn bishop out from f1 and get cancelled, but I just don't know how to getting steamrolled first.
Indeed, yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it either, because if you play bishop e2, black's just gonna go f4, hit your knight. If your knight moves f3, you're just getting absolutely crushed here. So maybe you have to go g3. So in case black goes f4, you just take. But I don't know. I mean, this might not be too bad because the rook can come to g1, hit the pawn on g7. So maybe g3 has to be played to stop f4, but not really liking it.
Yeah, this is definitely not looking good for Oparin. We'll keep an eye here. Yes, Esipenko is still thinking after f5, which is good news for sure.
I told you guys it always works. Throw in your prime to make Esipenko take his time. Science has proven once and time again that it always works. Throw in that prime, you guys. Because Hikaru is only like 9 minutes down on the clock now. It's not as problematic as it was before. A couple moves ago, he was down like 25 minutes on the clock. So it is working, you guys. And once again, even though the eval bar is giving white a big advantage, I don't quite see it. It's not that easy. Because at least Hikaru's play is more clear now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's good that even if the engine bar and people are worried, and of course we are worried as well, but I think it's important that he has gotten this f5 break in and that he is not just defending passively. I think now is much more a battle for 3 results. And let's remind everyone, Esipenko is, of course, not an engine. He has a lot of pressure given the tournament situation, so it's still not easy. I see a question, Benjamin, from Clyde 2 times. Is Esipenko's advantage mainly just space?
Yeah, it's mainly a space indeed. I mean, if you compare the positions, White has 2 pawns on the 5th rank and 3 more on the 4th rank, while Black only has, you know, 2 pawns, so to speak, on his 4th rank. So White definitely has a lot more space. Also, Black's pieces, especially the Knight on C8, is a bit passive. If you're Hikaru here, he would love to go, let's say, Queen F6 and Knight E7. That would already improve his position a lot. But he of course, that takes time to get those moves in. And in the meantime, Esipenko could try to break on the queen side with a move like b5, because b5 is tough to deal with. Because let's have a look. Like after b5, let's say you trade on b5. Now all of a sudden White gets the half open c file to attack the pawn on c7. That is one problem. But furthermore, White can then quickly create a passed pawn with a move a6. So trading on b5 is not ideal. But what happens if we just ignore b5? Well, if we just ignore b5 with a move like queen f6, White can always consider trading on a6 and going c5 and going after the pawn on a6 that way. So there's pros and cons to every move here for Black. But let's see what Esipenko will come up with.
Yeah, do you think that b5 is the best move objectively in the position?
Maybe, but once again, like let's say White goes b5 and we play a move like queen f7. Altogether, things are not that easy, because we're going to go knight e7 on the next move, and White's center could quickly fall apart. Like let's make a random move, let's say rook b1. Right here we could always take on b5 and take on e4, and all of a sudden this pawn on d5 is isolated, the knight is coming to e7, so this pawn could easily drop off. So not an easy decision here for Esipenko, and I really like the fact that he's catching up with Hikaru on the clock. Thanks Guy Coolman for the prime, thanks Northwest and Meat for the prime, thanks HH for the prime, thanks Veronicus for the prime. Anyone else? Did I miss any primers?
Really, we need those primes. We need them now. We need them now. We need Esipenko either to spend more time to make a counter blunder, slow one. Everything else is still going all on the other pools. Let's remind everyone we only had one draw, a very quick draw between Levon and Dubov. Levon had already qualified anyway, but pools, all the other pools are being decided, I feel, right now and sort of in the next hour leading up to the first time control.
Thanks FNAF for the gifted sub. But yeah, indeed, that is the only game that has finished so far. I think we have... Oh, we had Esipenko on the big screen right there for a second. He's just staying, and Hikaru is away from the board. He might come back soon. But indeed, as we see, the clock times are catching up. So that is definitely already very good news for Hikaru. Let's see what Esipenko will play here.
I mean, for Esipenko, what do you think his situation is right now? I feel, especially in terms of the situation, he must be really, really nervous right now. And surely that's got to play in Hikaru's favor, who he said, you know, he feels a lot less of that pressure, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to him.
Yeah, but also thanks to No Comply for the gifted sub. But indeed, yeah, the pressure is on Esipenko. He knows he has to win this game. There's no other result that is good for him. So he is going through all these lines, like maybe b5, you know, or taking on f5. And of course, he isn't sure, like, what is good, what is not. So he has to weigh all the pros and cons. Thanks, Min, for the prime, as we speak. So the pressure is on Esipenko. So maybe that's why he's taking his time. But, I mean, 30 minutes is not too much time for 19 more moves to be made. Thanks, Ogfish, for the tier 1.
Yeah, and the more he thinks, the more critical things get. We see that at the board himself. That doesn't mean, of course, that he's not using the time that Esipenko is thinking. And we see Esipenko for a second there was not even looking at the board, but rather away. probably he's making up his mind whether or not to go b5.
Right, yeah. I was also considering maybe he should take on f5, because let's say he makes a random move, then Hikaru could always prepare, let's say, a queen move and then knight e7, and that way he could always recapture with the knight. But if he takes right away, I think Hikaru has to take with the bishop, because if you make a random move like, let's say, queen f6, white probably has g4, and you're not getting your pawn back, and this is probably just lost. So after pawn takes f5, Hikaru probably has to take, but I mean, this cannot be too bad, because if you make a random move here with white, black's going to go queen f6, knight e7, and black has quite a bit of counterplay. So, let's see what Esipenko is going to do. Hikaru, only 2 minutes down on the clock. They've almost completely caught up.
And we are only on move 21, so still 19 moves to make. Maybe we have time very quickly while Esipenko makes up his mind to check in with pool D and see if Wesley So is making progress towards making it out of that group without allowing Dominguez even a playoff.
Yeah, and as we speak, actually, Esipenko has played the move bishop d3, but let's have a very quick look indeed at that game. We'll come back to Hikaru's game in a second. So you're saying you're talking about Linier's game, right? Or
yeah,
Wesley
so well, starting I was thinking with Wesley So, since if Wesley wins, that will be that.
Yeah, so queen c1 was played, e5 by Pentala, rook to c6, hitting the queen. The queen dropped back to d8, queen to c3, hitting the pawn on e5, and black played e4.
Wait,
now,
sorry, did we have the video up?
Wait, what?
Do you have
my forgot to well, this is the position in Wesley's game. It's looking pretty good for white. This pawn on a5 is always weak. This knight is defending the pawns over here, but it cannot move, and white played the move a4. Quite a nice move, fixing the pawn on a5, and on the next move he could play someone like rook c5 and hitting the pawn. So I think Wesley has pretty good chances of just winning this game and deciding the group outright. In the meantime, Linier is still a bit better. Maybe he still has an outside chance to win this game and hope that Wesley does not win. But let's go back to Hikaru's game. Both players are at the board looking very, very focused. Bishop d3 was just played by Esipenko. So he's hitting the pawn on f5. I would think that f4 is not the way to go here for Hikaru, because although it is an option, he could go f4. The queen moves and then just try to roll on the king side. This is an option.
I like that, actually. This looks a lot like my online games.
Yeah. But thanks to Zito for the prime. So this is definitely an option for Hikaru and just try to roll on this side of the board. But he could also play queen f6, defending the pawn. I guess now Esipenko wants to take. And after bishop takes, take. And go knight at d4, hitting the queen, and if the queen moves, he gets his knight to e6. So I guess this is his intention.
I mean, can we go back to that other line with f4? Because as I said, in online blitz, I would love to go for that, and I'm wondering just how unsound is it in classical if Hikaru goes f4 followed by g5.
Yeah. And as people are saying, there we have our player on stream. Let's see bishop d3. So he could go f4. So let's say the queen drops back and we just go for it with g5. This is definitely an option. Maybe white just goes knight h2 and stop the march of the pawns on the king side that way. But maybe Hikaru can still prepare with a move like queen f7. Preparing h5, but I would think that this is a bit too slow. It feels like white should be way faster after a move like b5, because, I mean, black needs so many more moves to get any sort of attack going here. So I think he has to play a move like queen f7 or queen f6, and then move the knight out.
Those are the moves, the options for Hikaru. The queen move, f4, and all of them, I'm sure he is considering. So now is really, what would you advise in a position like this where there are so many options, but quite little time on the clock. Do you feel that Hikaru has to rely quite a bit on instinct here, or try to just wait everything?
I mean, of course he has to, I think he has to rely on his instinct. He has quite a bit of experience in positions like these. So he probably knows that after f4, queen e2, he must realize that his attack on the king side is probably too slow, right? So I guess he should then go for a move like queen f6 and just trust the fact that this whole trade on f5 isn't too bad for him. I mean, the knight is coming to e7, and at least he's keeping some solidity in the position. Because actually in the line we just looked at, like, let's say white trades everything and goes knight e4, right? I mean, the queen drops back and the knight lands on e6. It looks quite annoying, but black can go c6 very quickly and then trade on d5 and go knight e7. And all of it, like, let's just make a couple moves to illustrate. Let's say white plays a move like rook 81. We can trade on d5 and then go knight e7. And we're actually threatening to take on d5 here, because then we remove the defender of the knight. Like, let's say white goes here, we take on d5, the knight loses its support, and all of a sudden black is completely fine. So that should be probably what he should go for.
Yeah, and I mean, this line, I think, just shows that if white isn't super accurate now, the engine still likes white's position. It's an advantage then separate very quickly.
Indeed, yeah. But Hikaru's time is ticking. He has 22 moves for 19 more moves to be made. I think he just has to make a move here. Like, either queen f7 or queen f6, I feel, are the two moves. Like, taking on e4 is not a move at all, because white takes with the queen and you cannot stop queen h7 check properly. As we discussed, f4 feels way too risky. So probably I like queen f7 the most then, because you always keep an eye on this pawn on d5. Your knight can swing out to e7. So I think that's what he should go for.
Yeah, so queen f7, queen f6, the moves we are expecting. What do you think the chances are that this game will just be decided during the next 20 moves? And queen f6 has just appeared on the board.
Yeah, so queen f6 by Hikaru, improving the position of his queen. Now he can also move out the knight on the next move. I think it is quite likely that this game will be decided before move 40, in the sense that the game is becoming pretty sharp. Both players are getting low on the clock, so I think it's going to be decided, or at least the main decision will be, like, maybe they'll reach move 40, but then the position will be over, so to speak, right? Just like Hikaru's game yesterday.
For sure, and well, both players now down to under half an hour. Queen f6, and Andre once again has a decision on his hands now. Is b5 still an option?
B5 is an option for sure. I wonder what Hikaru is playing there, but maybe just knight e7, improving the position of the knight, because once again, he always has this idea, let's just illustrate it once again, of trading on b5, trading on e4, and making the pawn on d5 isolated. And if white takes on a6 and goes c5, that isn't too concerning, because we always have moves like bishop b5 available.
Would you agree that this position, what we're looking at now, is already better than the position was a few moves ago?
I mean, practically speaking, Hikaru's moves are clearer, I think. So that definitely plays in his favor. So he played queen f6. The one reason why I do not like that move is, let's say white plays a move like knight at d2 and black takes on e4. White always recaptures and hits the queen with a tempo. But Esipenko will always have to consider this f4 push and just facing Hikaru's attack on the king side. So it's at least nice, I guess, for Hikaru that he always has that option available. I mean, with the knight on d2, it especially feels a bit more dangerous, because with the knight on h2, he's firmly stopping the g4 push. But here, the attack might be more dangerous. So Esipenko will have to consider all of that. And Hikaru, once again, he has a lot of experience in these King's Indian type of positions, in these E4, E5 type of positions. So I'm starting to get more optimistic for him. Oh, we had a move.
We just had a move. Andre has F5.
Yeah, so he took an F5. Okay, Hikaru will have to take with the bishop, because once again, let's say you play a move like knight e7. White is going to go g4, and you'll never get your pawn back, and you're just lost. So Hikaru will have to take.
Yes. So there he goes. Hikaru has just captured. And now how does white continue? Do we continue trading? Or do we try and keep the light squared bishops on the board?
It's a good question. Yeah, as we said, white can take on f5 and go knight at d4, but black shouldn't be too concerned after queen f7. Once again, he has this idea after knight e6 to go c6 and soften the pawn on d5. But okay, if Andre does not go knight d4 here, we go knight e7, and we should be quite fine here. But Andre has traded on f5. Okay, Hikaru has to take, which is what he does. And yeah, knight d4, queen f7. I don't think we have to be too... Maybe there's one line that could be slightly concerning. Like, let's say knight d4, queen f7, maybe f4. And putting pressure on the pawn. Oh! But after f4, f4 is a very nasty move. Because we cannot take the knight, then we hand our rook. Right, so white puts a lot of pressure on the pawn on e5. And the problem for black is we can now go knight e7. Because then white takes on e5 and we lose the pawn because we block the rook. But the move black has here is the amazing knight b6.
b6, oh wow.
So now the knight's under attack, and if the knight moves, we take the pawn on c4. White can take the knight on b6, but now we take on d4. And our rook is protected by this rook over here. So let's say white takes on d4, we now take on b6, and this looks quite okay for black. I mean, materials equal. He has these doubled pawns here, but f4 is weak, c4 is weak. So I think this should be drawable for Hikaru. So now the pressure is on Esipenko. What will he come up with here? I don't quite see it, because Hikaru's move is
he has
quite
gone
clear.
knight d4.
Okay, knight d4, queen f7, only move. Monka.
Petty Frog says, no way this line happens.
Oh,
You
yeah? You want to bet, Petty Frog? I mean, if Esipenko goes f4, I bet you that Hikaru will find knight b6, 100%. Knight d4 on the board. Okay, queen f7.
Queen f7, the move we were expecting, and then, well, after
Indeed.
queen f7, f4 would be quite the move.
Yeah, but I think knight b6 solves all of Hikaru's problems. Knight e6 is still a move though, but I guess Hikaru, he has to go c6 there. He has to try to soften the pawn on d5, and I think move by move it all works out. Like, let's say white goes f4 here, we trade on d5 and knight e7, and we're just in time to take and destabilize the knight on e6. So, okay, gotta go.
Question.
Oh, wait, Hikaru, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, so you were saying we have to go to f7. I saw a question in the chat, why can't the queen drop back to f6 instead?
Well, if you go to f6, I mean, maybe... I mean, the queen could go here, but it's never protecting the rook in this case. So that feels more risky. Wait, oh, and Hikaru is back at the board. Come on, queen f7, queen f7. Yes!
I mean, it's really...
Right,
it's been quite the impressive defensive effort from Hikaru, keeping things... Well, I wouldn't say it's because Esipenko maybe still has a small edge, but really keeping fighting chances. And now with the semi-open f-file, this is not an easy spot for Esipenko, who's also almost caught up on time with Hikaru.
Indeed. I guess he might have missed f4 knight b6, which equalizes on the spot for Hikaru. And I mean, knight e6 looks pretty tempting, but c6 seems to hold there for black. Maybe the one move, Esipenko, maybe he can make a preparatory move like rook 81, right? Because now knight b6 is not an... Although, I mean, knight b6, I guess it doesn't work out.
He has gone f4.
Oh, f4, knight... Knight b6,
Oh
come
my
on, knight
goodness.
b6. I told you guys,
Oh my god,
this
is
line
so
is gonna come on the board.
crazy.
Knight b6, 100%.
Oh
100%.
my god.
Because it's the only move. If you don't go knight b6, you just lose. It's too easy.
Too easy.
So let's have a quick look. Like, let's say knight b6. If white takes on e5, we can take on c4, take on e5, and black's better. Let's say white goes knight e6. I guess we just take, and after queen d3, we also have tactics. Oh, c6. Once again with this idea of destabilizing the knight. Monka, Is he gonna find c6?
I mean, okay, bishop is knight b6 actually, you say the only, yeah?
Knight b6 is the only move, yeah. Because, I mean, what else? I mean, there's just no other move. Because this pawn is under attack, like knight e7 loses. He's gotta find it.
Oh my god, what a moment.
Like, king h8 is not, I mean, king h8, you just lose somehow. Like, I don't know, knight e6 here. White is just way faster. So he has to go knight b6.
Okay, so knight b6, would you say this is maybe the decisive moment where Hikaru can either sort of equalize, or if not knight b6, then he's in huge trouble, right?
Yeah, this is the decisive moment. If he finds knight b6, I think he equalizes and he's gonna win the group. If he doesn't, it's looking very problematic for him. But I mean, knight b6, I mean, I think he's gonna find it. Like he's always up to the task when he has to find these kind of moves. It, of course, is a weird move because it sort of looks impossible. No!
c6 is played by Hikaru, and you were just saying these other moves get more problematic. Oh my goodness, what a moment here in this game. Benjamin, are you okay?
It's looking tough now.
Okay, let's see just how bad is this?
I mean, say you take an e5.
Did you actually bet 50 subs?
I didn't bet anything. They're making stuff up. This is looking bad.
Okay, so why is it so bad? Let's have a look.
I mean, maybe we can take with the d pawn and after knight e6 go for a very quick knight d6.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this could still be a line, but I don't really believe in it. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, but like I see some people are spending more time on that move. Knight b6, to be honest, like I think it's really like it's a move that's just sort of hard to cross your radar, like to appear on your radar. But yeah, c6, and now we're really, what do we need now? Primes are not enough any longer. We need primes, and what else, Benjamin? Flower power.
I don't know, yeah, the flower of power, but let's say he takes on c6. I don't see. I mean, what do you even do here? I don't. He wants to go knight a7, because now you do attack the knight, you do attack this pawn, but it's looking really bad.
Maybe only the microwave can save us.
Yeah, I don't know, but let's see what Esipenko will do here. And after knight e6, Hikaru will still be fine after cd. It's either fe or dc, which is problematic. So let's see. Let's say he takes on e5. We take with the pawn. We hit the knight. So let's say this knight goes back to f3. Then maybe we're actually okay after someone like e4 and take here. But okay, knight d6, knight d6. It's not so clear just yet. Because let's say if white goes here, maybe we can take And after takes, we take, hit the rook, hit the knight. This does not look too bad. Wait, so what happens if white takes here? We have knight d6 and hit the knight, hit this. And if this... knight a7, I guess? It might not be too bad still. There's still hope. Spam that flower to give Hikaru power.
I feel so bad, Benjamin, to see so depressed. We need to be more optimistic. Still, especially with the time situation, anything can happen. We have seen some lines. Yes, if Esipenko is accurate, the position is... What is that? What even is that? Prage.
Prage, yeah.
We need a lot of page. So what is a move that is tempting for white, but that is not so good? What's a move that we need to hope to see appear?
I mean, I guess knight e6, it's too obvious that black will just take, and knight e7 it should be fine. Okay, yeah. And what is a move that looks good but isn't? Maybe rook 81. Improving the position.
So rook 81, and then what do we do?
Well, I guess here we just take and go knight e7, and then black should be doing all right.
So a move like that is what we need to hope for, a move that's natural looking, but will be looking at the most forcing lines right now.
Yeah.
How do you decide between e5 and taking on c6?
Oh, well, I guess just calculation, right? So I guess Esipenko, he's probably, the first line is looking at this pawn takes e5, pawn takes and knight e6. Because if he gets this move, he's winning, right? But he sees knight d6 from Hikaru, and I don't know, it's pretty unclear. Hikaru is trying to take on c4, which would, you know, shake up the position. And once again, like rook ac1, we take here, rook takes, and take on d5, and this looks okay for black. I mean, maybe white has this move, but is it really a problem? Black is up a pawn here, right? So this doesn't look too convincing, I would think, for Esipenko. So that is one option. Then after knight d6, I mean, let's say he goes a move like queen d3, Hikaru still has this move. So this line is looking pretty unclear, I would think, or hope. So I think pawn takes c6 looks more logical because it's quite similar to what they had before, but now he's just taking a pawn. Right, black cannot recapture because you take on c6 and you hit the rook, you defend this, white is winning. So I guess Hikaru, I mean, knight e7 allows c7, that is bad. So Hikaru has to go here and hit the pawn, hit the knight. Maybe he has a tactic by moving the knight out of the way and taking this knight, but I don't see it right off, so maybe still some chances for Hikaru.
Yeah, and well, this we are almost the players are almost on the exact same amount of time, 20 minutes for still 14 moves to go. So we need to hope for Andre that the nerves get to him. There is still absolutely some. Meanwhile, in the other groups, everything is still going. But Aronian and Group B is still in a lot of trouble.
What is chat spamming? Okay, yeah. I just looked up the chat and yeah, very funny.
A big mistake.
I don't know what happened there, but it is what it is. Okay, but Esipenko is thinking he has 19 minutes. I mean, I don't know, to me the lines do not look that easy, but okay, so let's say he takes on c6, which to me looks like the more natural move. And Hikaru plays knight a7, hitting the pawn. Maybe he has a move like knight f5, because he hits the knight and the pawn on d6. Because let's say he goes to f3, for example, we can always take on c6, and everything is fine, right? But after knight f5, he's also threatening this. So we would have to take the knight. White's going to take here, but the question is how bad is this? Because black is going to take here. This is weak, this is weak. Cannot be... Although white takes here, hits this. There's a lot of stuff hanging in the black position. It's looking really problematic.
Is it also in this position? I'm also a little bit concerned that the king is still out. Suddenly I'm missing my pawn on f7. Yeah, this is not a position where there's too much counterplay or too much tricks in it for Hikaru. It feels like as long as the knights stay on the board, at least Hikaru, I think, basically has to do everything to keep some life in the position.
Yeah. So let's see what Esipenko will play here. I mean, chat is saying 3.7, but how 3.7? Chat, I mean, it's not that easy. I mean, maybe there's a way for Esipenko to be better here, but given the fact that he's already taking like 10 minutes here, shows that the position is very, very complicated. So let's see what he is gonna come up with. But yeah, I'm still quite shocked that he didn't find knight b6. I thought like it was the move, you know?
Do you think he just didn't see, because he played c6 quite quickly in only 2 minutes? Do you think maybe just knight b6 didn't appear on his radar?
Yeah, I think it was just not on his radar. It's just the fact that knight b6 is sort of an impossible move because that square is covered. But here it actually was possible because the knight was under attack. So yeah, quite a surprise. But yeah, so he played c6. Andre is still thinking, which is a good sign for Hikaru. I mean, they're saying it's an engine lie, but not practical. I mean, it's the position is very tactical, so knight b6 is findable. Like engine Andy.
Yeah. So well, with Andre, still thinking this game really very that we will find out within the next hour who is going to go through here. It is looking scary for Hikaru right now, but it's not hopeless. So
right. I mean,
we've got to keep the faith.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that there's 100% guarantee that any player should find knight b6 without an engine, but I mean, once again, I thought that Hikaru would find it because he always finds tactics like these, but in this position he did not. So it's
in a way we almost have to hope that he doesn't think of it now in all this time that Esipenko has spent, because you can relate to that from your own games. Sometimes, you know, you make a move and then your opponent starts thinking and you think, oh my goodness, I could have actually done that instead on the previous move, and it's not easy to deal with that.
Indeed, yeah. So I think Esipenko is going to take on c6 here. I think that's the more natural move, because after pawn takes e5, d takes, it is looking quite complicated with the knight coming to d6 quickly, the pressure on the pawn on d5. So I think that is more natural. So let's say he takes on c6. Right, we have to try to get our pawn back somehow. I mean, knight e7 is a move, but white just goes... it might not be that easy. Like, let's say he goes c7, rook bc8. But I guess white can just take on e5, and it has got to be lost somehow, I would think. But once again, if knight a7, there's knight f5, so looking problematic for Hikaru. Let's see what Esipenko will do.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm kind of surprised that Esipenko hasn't moved yet. Like, he must just be calculating, trying to get to the bottom of both lines, and surely nerves must be getting to him as well. 14 minutes now for Andre.
Yeah, so let's see what he is gonna do here. Yeah, 14 minutes, that's definitely a good sign for Hikaru.
He may overthink it. Yeah, the thing is, most likely he will take on e5 or c6, because the pawn on d5 is under attack, so he needs to react somehow. But the more he thinks, of course, on this decision, the better news it is, for sure.
For sure, yeah. 13 minutes is still quite a bit of time. Throw in that prime to make Esipenko take his time. Hikaru needs you guys. And Esipenko might be getting very, very nervous now. He knows that if he wins this game, he's going to win the group. There's lots of lines that look very, very tempting, but he has to choose one. So this is definitely where nerves kick in. So Hikaru needs you guys more than ever right now. Thanks OX Dylan for prime.
For sure. And well, speaking of winning pools, I see that can't believe Radek is about to win his pool. Yeah, I mean, Radek seems to, and we don't have to, well, we can go there very quickly if you want, while Andrei is still thinking, because it looks like Fedosev's advantage has gone against Report, and that Wojtaszek is making progress.
Yeah, this looks crushing for Black. I mean, I guess he just wants to go like F4 and just crush open the position. I mean, it's looking very tough. I mean, let's say you go F4, right? White takes, and you just take. I mean, how are you going to protect F2? This looks crushing for Black. So I guess Wojtaszek is going to win Greg Oper, and also only has 4.5 minutes on the clock. So let's check in the game between Fedoseev and Rapport. So after Bishop E2, Rook E1 was played, but now Knight C4, the knights came off. There's surprisingly no way to trap the bishop, because if you go B3, Black has B4 and creates his B5 square. So Knight F3 was played, Knight F6, Rook C1, H6, and actually Black looks completely fine here. I mean, I don't think Black has any problems whatsoever. So yeah, if Wojtaszek wins this game, I think he's gonna just win the group.
Yeah, for Fedoseev, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow. But what to do? I mean, Wojtaszek, he's been very impressive. He even could have won. Funnily enough, he won his first game, and all the rest, and it looks like now he's winning again. But he had more wins than that, and if he makes it out of this group B, I think he will be absolutely deserving. And then the question is, who will Wojtaszek face? It will be either Esipenko or Hikaru. We are concerned about Hikaru's position right now, but the fact that Esipenko is still thinking is at least something. He's down to only 11 minutes now.
Yeah, Esipenko is still thinking. Once again, the lines are not easy at all here for White. Thanks, right, for the prime. Let's, by the way, also check in real quick in Pool D how Wesley is doing over. Oh, things have gone wrong for Wesley. He's won a pawn, but in the process, Black's pieces have gotten very active. He moved the bishop to b5, but the queen entered the position. He had to block with the bishop. And now the rook came in, queen a6 defense, but you cannot make a single move here as White. Because if you go king g2, you always get hit by queen f3, so Black could just decide to play a move like h5 here. And if White's not going to do anything, we just go h4, maybe h3, queen f3, and go for a checkmate. So, yeah, I don't know. It's and Wesley also only has 5 minutes. So if this game would end in a draw, that would give Linier the chance to catch up. And actually,
h5 has played.
h5, yeah, by Pentala. Nice move. He's making some space for the king. And his pawn is just going to push down the board. And actually, it's not completely out of the question that Wesley could still lose this game if he's not careful. He could maybe force a draw with a move like rook takes f6. But with the time situation and Black's active play, okay, goes rook b6. I guess Black has to keep the rook on the board. But let's say this game ends in a draw. That gives Linier the chance to catch up. So let's have a look in that game. And this one's looking pretty good for Linier. He has a very active position. Maybe knight d5, hitting the pawn on c7. Or something along the lines of d5, hitting the knight. And if the knight moves, maybe we can take here with a attack.
Yeah, so in this group D, looks like they want to prove me wrong. I called earlier just one player, but maybe that player will come in group D. We will find out. For now, I think, Benjamin, we're going to take a very last quick break because the time control is coming up in 40 minutes. So in 40 minutes, we'll see more clearly. The time is ticking low. So
Indeed, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short
we're
break.
going to make it a very decided here.
Indeed, yeah, we'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the group stage of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, what is happening in Hikaru's game?
So Andre took an almost 20-minute think before taking on e5, and then the NDs were blunder at Hikaru's response as he takes D. Get to why that wasn't the best, but it looks like Andre has also not found the best response to c takes d5 as he has played e6, and I saw in the chat I think queen g3 was the correct move, but we can get to all that now.
Right, so after pawn takes e5, I was a bit surprised that Hikaru did not take with the pawn. I mean, that looked like the more natural move to us. I mean, the knight's under attack, the knight's coming to d6, but instead he took the pawn on d5 and now e6 by white hitting the queen. Now the question is, what happens if Hikaru plays a move like queen h5 to defend the pawn on d5? I think that's what he should do. I don't really see what white is going to do here. I mean, white can take on d5, and here we have both players in full concentration on the camera. They know that it all comes down to this game. But also I was going to say, if white takes on d5, maybe we can go knight e7 and prepare to take with the knight on d5. It's looking quite problematic for black, but nothing is, it's not clear at all. Right, this pawn on d5 is going to drop, and Esipenko only 7 minutes for 12 more moves.
Yeah, incredible. Maybe we can go back just one move and see after c takes d5, why was queen g3 the best move for Esipenko, which also is far from obvious.
I don't know. I mean, queen g3, I guess you cannot defend the pawn on d6 properly. But I mean, e6 looks way more human. I mean, you hit the queen, and he also didn't have a whole lot of time, so he just had to move quickly.
Oh. Just gotta go.
You just gotta go. Gotta go, dude. And now, okay, so let's see. I think queen h5 to me looks like the more natural move. I mean, just to defend the pawn. Then if white takes, we just go knight e7, and we will get the pawn back, but the position might still be problematic. Let's see what Hikaru will do.
How do you think white should continue in that spot?
It's a good question, yeah. So let's say queen h5, let's say white takes on d5, we go knight e7. I mean, maybe white plays a move like rook 81 to improve, and even, okay, wait, Hikaru has moved. He has played queen g6, So let's say Esipenko takes now. I guess knight e7 is his intention to hit the pawn. And it's probably not that easy for white to protect. Because let's say you go queen f3, you get hit with rook f8. Let's say you go queen b3, which is possible. Then I guess he wants to go rook b8 and go... Wait, rook c2 is covered. But maybe try to round up this pawn later on. It's looking very, very tough for Hikaru. But given the fact that Esipenko has only 6 minutes on the clock, gives him some hope.
I see that GBS host is asking, do you think Hikaru knows this is losing? What do you think is going through Hikaru's mind? I think very often we don't think quite in these terms when we're playing.
Yeah, they don't really think in engine terms when they're playing. I think, yeah, they're just calculating the moves. They're looking at variations that look good to them or not. But you don't think like, oh, this line is probably +2 for me. That's not how players think. Let's see. We're not having any moves. Oh, wait, but we have an interview with Wesley and Hari Krishna. Guys, do you want to watch the interview, Hari Krishna and Wesley So? I guess we can pull it up. We can always mute them if we want to focus on the game.
Am I still...
To try and win the game.
No.
Yeah, I made a mistake already before.
Am I still... Can you still hear me? I feel like my connection is broken up. Okay. Yeah, let's keep that interview until later. I think we can watch it after the time control has been made.
Streaming live.
Everyone said no. Okay, fine.
I mean, very good openings in this tournament, so he's playing very quickly and equalizing.
I think it makes sense. I think Hikaru's game will be very likely decided in the next 25 minutes. So Wesley, so he made a draw. If Dominguez can win, we will see a playoff in Pool D. And yeah, I'm sorry once again about my connection. It is my last day. I will see. I will look into it for another time in the future. But
Yeah.
this hopefully we'll get through it. So Esipenko is still thinking. If he doesn't take on D5, then what? I'm surprised he hasn't captured that pawn yet.
All right, so we just put Hikaru's game on the second board as well. So just to be clear, you guys, we will use this board right here that you guys see to analyze the game, but the board below us is the current position. So let's say after Queen G6, right? We said that pawn takes D5 is probably the move 97, but Esipenko only 4.5 minutes. And yeah, I don't see it. I mean, maybe white is still better, even if black takes the pawn back on D5, but not easy
He
at all.
hasn't taken Benjamin on D5. He's gone Rook
Rook
F1.
F1. Wait, if we take on... Wait, what is his idea? So let's say we take on C... Wait, but wait.
Blunder!
Huh? Huh. What is his idea after pawn takes C4? I mean, maybe Rook F7, but I mean, just 97? I don't see it for white. Take the pawn. Take the pawn. Come on, take it. It's a free pawn. Spam that flower to give Hikaru power. He needs you guys more than ever right now. If he draws this game, he's gonna win the group and move on to the semifinals. Take the juice. Take the juice. Wait, is he? No. Monka.
Stop the rook.
Is he gonna take on C4? Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just saying, anyway, like, can we even stop the rook from coming to F7? And if not, yeah, let's just take...
I mean, I don't think we can stop Rook F7 in a comfortable way, but I don't think we should really mind, because let's say this rook lands here, we just go knight E7, stop knight F5, that's really the most important thing. And then I wonder what Esipenko has planned here, but I mean, Hikaru likes taking pawns. I know he does, so... Okay, so
I mean, it's crazy. After D takes C4, really, this is one. It's not completely equalized yet, but suddenly everything to play for, and even a black win cannot be ruled out.
Indeed, yeah. So let's say we take on C4. Maybe white can go something like Rook AC1 to get the pawn back that way. But I mean, black has moves like D5, and with the knight coming to E7, that's really holding everything together. So I think he just has to take the pawn here and Prix, because I don't really see it for white. I mean, what is white gonna do? If am I missing a trick? I don't get it. Like, what is the point? Maybe he wants Rook F4 and here, but we always have Queen D3. I don't think we have to be too concerned about this. Take the pawn.
Actually, that's a good point you're making, that we have this Queen D3 bailout, because otherwise white's attack could be a bit scary.
Yeah, we have a funny tactic. Like, let's say we go knight E7, and then after Rook G4, Queen D3. Queen takes H6 looks very scary, because we cannot take the queen, because that puts our own king in check, but we have Queen takes D4. And if you take the queen, then no longer you're pinning this, so now we can take queen and black is winning. So, just take the pawn. Hopium.
I mean, sometimes there's almost like a mutual spot of like, why did Andre give up that pawn? Why is Hikaru not taking it yet? But we really, really want to see him take the pawn on C4, because otherwise the trouble...
Yeah. I don't know what else he could be thinking. I mean, maybe just a move like 97. But it does, I mean, it does feel like it's just the same type of position, but then with the pawn on C4, an extra pawn. So he's just got it. I mean, I just don't get it. Like, both players must see something that we are missing. But I don't know what that could be.
What that is, yeah.
Like, they're both considering a line as to why pawn takes C4 is not that. Oh, and he's playing 97. Huh. Okay.
What is, there must be something. I'm sure we'll find out afterwards that both players were seeing and we weren't.
Oh, Rook F7 by Esipenko, but take on C4, take on C4, and black is fine. Take the pawn.
I mean, could Andre have taken himself after knight e7. It looks like none of the players are interested in that pawn. Those pawns take the juice. Chat is losing it. I'm also losing it.
Yeah,
this is nerve-wracking.
He could have taken the pawn, but then why didn't he do that earlier? But anyway, rook f7 is on the board. So Hikaru probably has to take on c4. Maybe Esipenko just wants to go rook f1. Maybe like rook f4 and rook g4. But black has some time in the meantime to cook up some counterplay. Maybe you move like queen g5, offering the queen trade. But I mean, come on, you got... There's no other move, right, than to take the pawn, I would think.
I don't see it, because now...
And he's taking the pawn. He has taken the pawn. So what is Esipenko gonna do here? 7 minutes for Hikaru versus Esipenko's 5. This is it, you guys. If Hikaru draws, he moves on. If he loses his, he's out. So spam that flower.
Which flower?
The flower
Just
of
spam
power.
the flower. Spam the damn flower. Okay, so let's have a look. Hikaru has taken on c4. We see the bar finally dropping back closer to the center of the board. So let's have a look. If rook f1, how do we parry white's attack?
So if rook f1, that's a good question. So I guess white wants to go like rook f4 and rook g4, but indeed, maybe just queen g5, offering the queen trade. I guess queen d3, that feels very risky, but it's also an option. Rook af1 has been played, by the way, by Esipenko. And let's see what Hikaru will do. So,
and yeah, you guys, we're on move 31, so 10 moves to go for Hikaru, 9 moves for Esipenko.
Let's see what he will do. So let's say he goes queen g5, right? Offering the queen trade. Trading the queens does not look attractive for white. So maybe you move, by the bar is showing equality. Prix. Maybe like queen f3 or queen e4. But you can always go queen e5. The queen sits quite nicely on e5. It always protects this pawn. Hits the knight on d4. Maybe hits upon e6 in some positions. Let's see. I mean, so queen g5 is an option, right? Queen d3 as well. But I guess the queen goes here. And then we cannot get rid of the queen easily. So I think this and putting the queen on e5 is the way to go. But let's see what he's going to do.
Yeah, I saw a comment in the chat saying queen g5 is the only, of course, over the board. That's not so easy to determine. King h8 has been played.
Yeah. So king h8 on the board. I mean, also makes sense. He's still up a pawn, but the position is fairly passive. But white doesn't have an easy way to break through. So maybe now, yes, okay, wait, rook f4 loses to knight d5. So maybe rook f3 to prepare rook g3. But maybe he wants knight d4. I give Hikaru good chances to hold on and make the draw here, especially given the time situation. 4 minutes for Esipenko, 6 for Hikaru. What is white gonna do here?
So let's see, if I do knight d5, and then I move my queen, I don't know, maybe along this, yeah, queen f2 maybe is more tempting. I was gonna go to a3, but I would be a little bit offside there.
Yeah, so queen f2, I guess rook g3 is the threat here. Now, I mean, we could maybe move the queen here. But then we always have to reckon with these sacrifices, which look quite scary. So maybe we have to prepare with a move like rook g8 to make sure that we can always recapture. And if rook g3, queen e4, I guess we're holding the position for the moment. This pawn is going to push.
The reason... I'm so sorry, my connection is so bad right now.
Oh yeah, sorry. But yeah, what were you going to say about rook g8? Anyway, okay, rook g8, I mean, it makes sense because it makes sure that white cannot sacrifice the rook over here. Esipenko still thinking, by the way, and down to 3 minutes. Let's see what he's going to do. I mean, I'm getting more and more optimistic for Hikaru. He's up a pawn. White has to prove the compensation. And that is very, very difficult if you have little time on the clock. But go ahead, Fiona, what were you going to say?
I was just apologizing about my connection moment here. Under 3 minutes now for Esipenko, and this is really crunch time here. Every move you make on both sides can either win you the game or lose you the game. Chess is, I mean, I see the comment from Morkenstein, chess is hard. Chess is really damn hard.
Indeed, and we have Esipenko here on the camera. He's looking a bit nervous. He's probably trying to figure out, like, okay, how should I continue here? I'm a bit surprised that Hikaru is away from the board with only 6 minutes on the clock. You would think that he should just sit and think, but he stood up. But let's see what Esipenko is going to do here. This is very, very tense, you guys.
So we talked about rook f3. Is there anything to be said to bring the queen onto the f file? Is there anything, let's say if we triple up?
Yeah, so white could maybe play a move like queen f4. That's very much
Queen
possible.
f3 or queen...
Right, yeah, like or queen f3 indeed. Maybe queen f3 to make sure that this pawn cannot push. That all makes a lot of sense, for sure. But the question is, like, what is white threatening, right? Because the f8 square is always covered. So I guess Esipenko doesn't see it either. I mean, he's probably just thinking here, like, what do I do? What do I do? Time is ticking. Only 90 seconds on the clock.
Incredible. I mean, maybe he understands as well that he shouldn't have given that pawn on c4, in which case he is now under pressure on the clock. But also it's so hard in these spots if you understand that you are much better and then you understand things are not clear. It's very difficult to deal with that, and I'm loving Hikaru's chances right now, actually.
Yeah, Esipenko getting under a minute if the clock times are correct. And yeah, once again, before he just had a stable advantage, but now he is down a pawn. Maybe he has good compensation because his pieces are very, very active, but he has to prove it here. And given the fact that you only have a minute or like 40 seconds, or I don't know how much time it is, that makes it very, very difficult for white. So the onus is really on him, and he's still thinking.
30 seconds. Oh my goodness. To make 9 moves.
Yeah.
Gotta go. Rook f3 is on the board.
Rook f3 by Esipenko. So here, so rook g3 is a winning threat because you hit the queen and you hit the pawn on g7. So we said that Hikaru probably has to go knight to d5, hitting the queen. The queen probably drops back to f2. And here we said rook g8 to make sure that g7 is always protected. Hikaru is back at the... Oh, wait, it's glitching. But it is not our life. Okay, so rook f3 played by Hikaru, so by Esipenko. I don't really see another move besides knight d5. Otherwise, I guess all the sacrifices should be crushing. But this is it. This is it. If Hikaru figures out the right moves, he should be able to survive and move on to the semifinals. But if
I mean, even
wins,
in the line, surely there is still... Do you feel after knight d5, that line we went down, that Hikaru is fine, or there is still some danger to the position?
I mean, yeah, I think it's always going to be very, very dangerous after queen f2, because white has all the pieces in the attack. The knight can always come to f5. I mean, tough, right? Like, let's say you go rook here, rook g3, and queen e4. There's always moves like knight f5 that you have to calculate. And suddenly everything is under attack. But don't forget, we also still have the c pawn. But I guess I don't see another move besides knight, because you cannot go rook g8 here. Your knight will be hanging. And knight c6 right away. Let's say we go knight c6, right? Because if we can trade the knights, then we can win this pawn maybe. But now white can maybe take and go e7. And I don't see how we keep control over that pawn. Very, very tough for Hikaru as well, who has 4.5 minutes.
And yeah, 4 minutes. Knight d5 looks like the only move to us, at least, as e3 is a threat. We cannot allow the knight to be hanging. So knight d5 looks like the only 4 minutes for Hikaru. We're on move 32.
Yeah. Oh, and knight c6 has just been played. So here white trades and goes e7. That's what we thought. Knight takes e6 by Andre on the board. Hikaru has to recapture, because if you take on e6 in between move, white has queen a7 hitting the rook. And by the way, Lenier has won his game, so we will see a tiebreak tomorrow between Lenier Dominguez and Wesley So. Hikaru took the knight on c6, so now e7, right, for white. e7 has just been played. But can white make further progress? Like, let's say we go king h7. How does white improve the position? Here we have both players on the live camera. So Esipenko trading on c6.
So let's see. So a move like king h7, and the question is, I think everyone is still in a little bit of shock that knight c6, and suddenly the position is really, really bad. But let's see just how bad. After king h7, how does white actually make progress?
Yeah, it's a good question because, okay, white can go rook f8, but there's no immediate threat just yet. So maybe we can start pushing in the center or something. So that is one option for white. I was wondering if maybe white can play something like queen f4 to prepare rook g3, which looks pretty scary, to be honest. I mean, we could go rook g8, but then we don't have a move, and white can just take here, this under attack, and this just feels lost. So it's up to Hikaru now. What will he do? Maybe king to g8, but maybe king g8.
I mean, this is really a tough spot now. We see Hikaru on the camera. He doesn't have much time either, 3 minutes. But suddenly the position, although he is suddenly the one who's a pawn up, this pawn on e7 really is a big thorn in our side.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, and there's no easy way of getting rid of it. And also I don't see the c-pawn marching down the board anytime soon. Let's see what he's gonna do here.
It's just so tough. I mean, king h7 seems like the natural move, and that's
King h7 has just been played. Yeah. So I think now queen f4 by Esipenko looks really nasty. You protect the rook, so you enable rook to g3. You also hit the pawn on c4. This just feels lost for black. I don't see a move after queen f4, to be honest.
Well, we'll find out very soon. Esipenko has only 1 minute on the clock. Queen f4 does look quite convincing. And this is a tough moment now.
Right. Yeah, Esipenko is still thinking. I mean, after queen f4, maybe you can still go like queen e6 to protect this, but I guess maybe you hit the queen first. And queen f4 has just been played by Esipenko. It's looking really, really tough here. I just don't see it. I mean, e7 is... The pawn is just way too strong. Rook g3 is coming. And also your queen side is collapsing. Yeah, I just don't see it here, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is really... It also, I think it was so shocking because it all suddenly happened so fast. There was this knight b6. I think knight b6, really not an easy move to find. But also later on, there was the chance with knight e5, but the time just quite low. To give it to Andre, who always kept the pressure up, but now the position, I still want to believe, of course, but the problem is that the position has changed to something where there is not too many tricks for Hikaru, because the white king is safe. There's a defended passed pawn on e7, and it's just hard, unless Andre on time, it's hard to see what could go wrong here for him.
Indeed, because even if you make a move like d5 to protect the pawn, white can go somewhere like rook g3, hitting the queen, and let's say go queen b1 check, the king steps up. And after rook g8, white has quite a nice win here. I mean, queen f6 wins, but white could also just take everything on g7, then take this rook here, and he's going to promote on the next move. So, Hikaru, he only has 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock, and he must realize that this one is gone. I mean, maybe a move like rook b5, so it's rook g5. I kind of like rook b5. So if rook g3, rook g5, that would suddenly be okay for him. I don't know, maybe rook b5 is sort of the last chance to transfer the rook over to the king side. But maybe white just plays...
I like that suggestion, actually.
Yeah. Maybe this keeps some... Yeah, actually maybe rook b5. Because after h4, maybe we can go here. And then after rook e3, we have here, but like... It probably doesn't work.
It's always the same problems, that too vulnerable, and white is creating so many threats. The pawn on e7 is also restricting our pieces. Hikaru under a minute now. He has got to make a move, and rook b5 maybe practical chances, but yeah, the position is very, very difficult.
Yeah, 44 seconds for Hikaru. Let's see which move he will come up with. I mean, maybe rook g8 is sort of the only move which doesn't lose by force, because you defend the pawn, but white is just going to take here. Hit c6, hit a6, and I just don't see it. Like, what do you do here? But okay, the game continues, I guess, after maybe someone like d5 hitting the queen. But I just don't see Hikaru saving this, to be honest.
15 seconds for Hikaru. We
Gotta
have
go.
to see a move. He has to make a move.
Got it. Okay, rook g8 play with 6 seconds on the clock. Okay, it's up to Esipenko now. 116 for him. Which move is he gonna play here? I think he's gonna go for this one. Because if you take on c4, besides hitting the pawn on c6 and the pawn on a6, you also threaten rook f8. I guess Hikaru will go d5 in that case. Once again, guys, it's not over. Even though the evil bar is all the way up for white, they have not reached the time control yet. Esipenko has less than a minute on the clock. There's still chances for a miracle here, but he needs you guys.
g3, not the best.
Oh, and queen e6 by Hikaru. Wait, is there still an outside chance he could save this?
Yeah, because suddenly you can't take the pawn on c4 any longer.
Huh. So you can take on c4, e8 is controlled, g7 is defended. Maybe there's still a chance? So rook e3 looks like the most natural move to me, hitting the queen. But then, like, let's say the queen goes to d5. What? Like, does white have a win here? This is not over just yet, you guys. Spam that flower to give Hikaru power. Oh, he went back to g6. Okay, what if white takes now? Maybe white can take the pawn in this position.
If you take now, what happens after d5?
I guess you still have queen f4 to defend the rook, but is there rook takes b4 is what I'm wondering about. Maybe. Let's see. Very little time for Esipenko.
Once again, under a minute, yeah, and he... Well, let's hope he doesn't take the pawn
and we
on...
have both the players here on the screen. They're both looking very, very tense. Rook f8, which was... Okay, he's threatening to promote the pawn now. So rook e8 is the only move for Hikaru to stay in the game. He has to play it. Esipenko
but once again, we are alive, and we see the bar drop up a little bit. This is
indeed not over just yet. Yeah, rook e8 only move, and it has been played. Alright, so let's see. I guess Esipenko has to take one of the rooks, and then take the pawn on c4. If you take on c4 right away, black can take here. But yeah, very, very tense situation. 2 more moves for both players to make until the time control. He could, I guess, take on c4. That is looking very, very tough, where he would hit all the pawns. But maybe black can try to round up this pawn on d6 somehow. Okay, he takes on g8. So let's think. Maybe take with the king. Okay, so let's say he takes maybe queen f7. Queen f7 still offers some hope, maybe. I mean, he has to go for that, because otherwise you're just... Wait, there's also d5. Huh. Not over just yet, but Esipenko has to take this pawn. The camera is glitching. It's not on our end. And then we go either d5 or queen f7. Esipenko has to make his 40th move now.
Yeah, this is the last move for both sides. So we are currently on move 39. I mean, I hope, of course, he doesn't take c4, but I'm struggling to find another tempting move.
Yeah, I'll be shocked if he doesn't take on c4. It's just too tempting. Taking a pawn on the 40th move with a check, and you can take like this pawn or this pawn on the next move. It just feels way too tempting. And he has taken on c4. So now it's up to Hikaru. There's 2 moves. There's d5 and queen f7. He's played queen f7. Alright, so we have reached the 40th move, and now both players will probably take quite a bit of time.
What a time scramble it was. But Hikaru getting out of it. I mean, I think at some point we were really worried he wasn't going to survive the time scramble. But here, definitely some hope.
Indeed, yeah. So after queen f7, I'm curious to see what Esipenko will do. Taking on c6, taking on a6. Both look very tempting. But let's say white takes here. I guess we take on e7. Let's say takes. White could, of course, take... Let's say white takes here, right? Then we have a lot of checks. But the problem is it's not a perpetual just yet. Because if we give a check, king h2, and give another check, white goes g3. And after queen e2, he has to move queen g2. By the way, Esipenko back at the board. I'm a bit surprised he didn't take a little bit more time away from the board to relax, get some water, maybe go to the restroom. Because now still the adrenaline must be very, very high.
Yeah, I guess it shows you that just how much he understands 30 minutes that get added so often that 30 minutes go just like this. So I'm not surprised that he's already back at the board. Just a very quick break. And the grind continues for Andrei Esipenko.
Yeah, so let's see. So actually in this position, so queen e5 would lose. Maybe Hikaru could take the pawn on b4. I guess, And this is not easy at all, I guess, for white, because he could push the pawn in some positions, like let's say a6 here, but then black, like let's say black gives a check, white blocks, gives a check, white blocks, and queen a5. You have to move your queen somewhere away and then allow checks again. So it's not at all over just yet. Still chances for a draw here for Hikaru, and indeed it's a big relief that he makes a time control, because it looked like he might just lose.
For sure. And meanwhile, as you mentioned, elsewhere, Dominguez did win his game against Shirov. So we will have a playoff in Group D, and probably we'll also have a playoff in Group B, which has been completely insane today. Oparin, after being completely busted at some point, in the end, that game ended in a draw, but maybe Oparin was even much better. I was reading in the chat. Where they repeated moves.
Yeah, he could have played on, but a draw was agreed there. So Wojtasek finishes the group on 3.5 out of 6. Let's check in on the other game. So in this game, yes, Fedorsev and Rapport are still fighting it out. So Fedorsev declined a repetition earlier on, probably thinking he had to go for the win. I mean, the position looks pretty even. So if Fedorsev wins, he wins the group outright. If he draws, he joins Wojtasek in a tiebreak. And if Richard wins, Richard will join Wojtasek in a tiebreak. So they... Oh, wait. No one knows what I'm talking about. This game. Between Fedorsev and Rapport. But, once again, Fedorsev wins the group. Fedorsev draws. He joins Wojtasek for the tiebreak, and if Richard wins, he will play the tiebreak against Wojtasek.
So what do we make of their...
I don't know. To me, it looks pretty even, I guess. I mean, Richard is probably equal at this point. I guess he wants to go for g4 at some point. Maybe knight of c4 from white to hit the pawn on d6. So yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. And actually, as we were talking, I was just thinking in Hikaru's game, maybe a nasty move would be something like queen e6. Because we hit the pawn on d6, we cannot defend it. And if we go d5, we hang... Although if we hang c6, there's d4, maybe. With
that d-pawn. Yeah.
Right, maybe get some counter chance with a d-pawn. Because if we take right away... I mean, this endgame does look pretty worrying for black, I would think. So I don't know, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe what Hikaru could do after queen e6 is trade. Ah, but he has c5. No, but this should be a draw, I guess. Takes, you take an a6. We take here, and this should be a draw. Okay, so queen e6 is actually not too worrying. I think he still has pretty good chances to get maybe in some sort of rook endgame down a pawn and survive. But yeah, what were you going to say?
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to say anything about this position. I'm sort of just looking at the board and thinking this is still so hugely complicated, because I think a lot of the lines we went down to our queen endings, and queen endings are some of the most difficult to evaluate endgames in chess.
Yeah, they also have a very high drawing tendency because you always have a lot of checks that the opponent has to consider. So yeah, this is not over at all. I mean, the engine is showing 420, very funny. But I mean, like we said, we don't see an easy win. I was saying queen e6, but then we saw take and c5, and I don't know, it doesn't look like a clear win to me at all. I mean, let's say you take, so we looked at queen takes a6, right? I mean, I guess if you take on c6, we also have to take here. So let's have a look at this. So let's say white takes twice and takes on a6, queen e3, it's a draw. Yep, Hikaru's gonna hold.
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
Life is, life is good. No, I mean, I'm surprised actually that the engine is showing as much as 4.20. Not just +4. Very important.
Yeah.
And that we're just not seeing it.
And I'm not like just twisting reality, you guys. Once again, like we're looking at this, but we don't see, you know, a clear win for white. Probably there is some sort of continuation that's really good for Esipenko, but I was thinking maybe a move like queen e4. So the thing is, like, let's say we go d5, right? And white goes queen e5. It's difficult for black to make a move here, but it's also difficult for white to make progress. And maybe here we can go for this endgame again. I was just wondering, like, let's say queen f6. Let's say we trade rook e6. This does look lost, though, because white is going to take here, and then we'll have two connected passers. But yeah, no clear line for Esipenko to win the game. I don't know how much time he has. Maybe someone can update us.
We can't see yet, but he's been thinking for 8 minutes. So we can assume that he has just about, maybe just a little bit more than 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. So let's see. What
he
is
might
gonna...
long time here.
Yeah, indeed.
Maybe we can very quickly check in one game. Well, no, never mind me. I was gonna check in with Vidit against Vincent, but it's still very uneventful. But only 3 games remain at this point. Vidit against Keimer, Fedoseev against Rapport, and actually what we can do, we've completely ignored the other game from this pool. I forgot about that one, but 4 games remain. Bishop against Bakru is still underway.
Right, yeah, we haven't paid too much attention to this game because it's not that relevant for the standings, but it does look like Rishik is probably going to cap it off with a win. It looks good for him because the pawn on d5 is under attack. I heard that somewhere someone missed knight takes e4. Wait, I don't know where.
I think it was on move 20.
Huh, so let's see. So knight takes e4 apparently is a move here. Oh my... Oh! He can take it. This is incredible, you guys.
Family friendly chat.
So there's knight takes e4. Right, so if you take the queen, black takes white's queen and black is winning. Now let's say white takes a knight. We just recapture. Now you're thinking like, okay, wait, aren't we just hanging our queen? But if white takes, we are going to recapture and hit the queen. So let's say the queen goes back to c1 because it has to keep defending the rook. Black is just going to trade on d1, and after queen takes, rook takes h2, and there's simply nothing you can do against rook h1, and you'll win back the queen, and black then all of a sudden is up 2 pawns, and black just wins the game. This is incredible.
Oh my god,
Absolutely
that is
insane.
such a sick line.
Yeah.
But find that, good luck. Good
Yeah.
luck finding knight takes e4.
So yeah, that was missed by both players, but right now it seems like Grishuk is on his way to win here. I mean, we just really compare the king's safety. I mean, the white king is looking pretty safe over here, and look at the black king. It's wide open, and white always has checkmating ideas. So I think Grishuk is going to win this game, but it's not going to matter for the standings. So what other game do you want to have a look on?
Well, we could very quickly check against Vincent Keimer. I understand there is nothing at stake there, but Reddit has a lot of fans for Vincent. An teachable moment, a great in this Grand Prix. So maybe we can just quickly check how they are doing, while Esipenko is still thinking.
Yeah, so let's check out that game between Vidi and Keimer. Vidi a little bit better, but it's probably going to be a draw. The material is so limited that I just don't really see Vidi winning this. But the one thing he has going for him is that this knight on the 8 is very, very passive. So we'll see whether he can squeeze out a win here. In the meantime, not much.
And finally...
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna briefly go back to Fedoseev against Rapport, but we can also go elsewhere.
Yeah, actually, that was the game I wanted to pull up as well. Fedoseev played knight c4, hitting the pawn on d6. Rapport played king to e7 to defend it, and now white played rook to e1. But the evil bar swung quite a bit in black's favor. It's saying that after queen a8, black has a very nice advantage, because this endgame is surprisingly nasty for black. Black is just gonna go a4, then put pressure on the pawn on b3 or on the pawn on a2 if this trade takes place. This knight on d5 is very, very nice. It could always hop to c3, and so maybe Richie can pull off a win here and join Wojtasek in the tiebreak tomorrow.
I mean, that would be kind of nuts, because I didn't see Richard's interview yesterday, but I had some friends telling me that he was sort of answering like the tournament was over for him, that he had no chances to make it through. And he was like, yeah, I'm glad the tournament is over, but looks like suddenly he definitely still has some chances to join a playoff.
Yeah, for sure. And as all the players are thinking, maybe we can check in on one of the interviews that we missed earlier on.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, let's try to pull up one of those interviews. They're always a lot of fun, especially Dina's. So let's see what
For sure.
we missed. So,
Finish with a win by Lenier. I'm sure you're quite happy with the result. Could you take us through the game? Were you expecting the opening that Alexei chose for today?
Yeah, first of all, I'm of course very happy that I was able to tie for first. I thought that my chances, I wasn't very optimistic, because Wesley is very solid, and that meant that I needed to win today. And I mean, to win against a strong player like Alexei, it's on demand like this is very difficult. But I got quite a promising position from the opening. I think this line is supposed to be quite good for white, but then it was very complicated. I felt that that black was doing well at some point, or very close to. And I think this idea that I found with bishop f4, allowing rook e2, and just to activate my pieces, was at least very interesting. And Alexei had a little time, so it worked quite well for me.
Alexei, you will be returning for the second leg in Belgrade. Your time management in this last game maybe hasn't helped you to defend as best as possible the position. What can you take away from this game?
I don't think there was anything with time management, because in the critical position I still had enough time. I got short of time when it became difficult. So I think it's just that, yeah, I played some natural moves like rook e2 and rook takes b2, and now I think that probably both of them were not correct. And for example, this idea with b6, trying to to make his rook on f5 not active enough. This maybe I could even try immediately. Maybe after bishop f4 it was already quite interesting to play b6. So
Okay.
I don't know. Well, I don't know what you think, but, because if I play knight e3, I play knight e7, maybe rook b5, knight g6. Somehow your pieces don't seem so well coordinated. It was just that, yeah, played the most natural way, but this was exactly what Lenier actually was catching me for. So that was a bit, unfortunate.
One more question for Lenier. Lenier, you're not playing so much. You practically didn't play anything during the pandemic, but when you come back to the board, you're in excellent shape. What's your secret during these times when you haven't been able to play so much? What are you doing?
I mean, I keep working on chess, so it's not like I took 1 or 2 years off or something. I was actually trying to work to keep in shape, and I was in fact playing some. I mean, I was always playing some online, and especially last year, I was able to play also over the board, like from the summer after July, August. I was playing quite a lot of tournaments, so I didn't feel like rusty here or anything like that.
And finally, tomorrow you will face off with Wesley So, another American of the Olympiad team. How do you assess your chances in this playoff?
Yeah, it's obviously very tough for both, but yeah, Wesley, it's of course always very solid, very strong, and rapid time controls is also especially strong. So I'll fight, and let's see what happens.
Okay, thanks both for coming. Good luck tomorrow.
That was that. I don't think there was an interview with
Okay,
Gina
so
after that. Was there maybe another interview we missed, Fiona?
Sorry, I was still muted, but for Lenier Dominguez, he will be playing tomorrow a big playoff against Wesley. So as we see that Esipenko has finally made a move.
Aha, he took the pawn on a6, so let's try to pull. So he took the pawn on a6, so Hikaru now has to take on e7 to keep his chances for a draw alive. So the position you guys see below us is the live board, so let's analyze here. So after queen takes a6, we said rook takes e7. I guess white has to take, okay, and he actually already has taken the pawn on e7. Once again, I kind of expect that at some point, so there's also options like maybe taking and check. I guess we always go here. And now, if white takes, once again, we go for this line with check. Wait, what was it again? So let's say white takes, we go
take
for...
the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, I think it was check here, and then we provoke g3 to weaken the white king, and then we give this check over here, and after the queen blocks, then indeed we take. But still, you know, quite a bit of chances to draw. Not easy at all for white to win this. And Esipenko all the way down to 13 minutes. If he gets down on time again, he will not get an additional 30 minutes like ever. He will just be down to the increment. So that is very good for Hikaru, and it also shows that Esipenko spent 20 minutes, but he didn't quite see what he should do. And we have both the players here on the live feed.
Yeah, for Esipenko, the nerves really now. He just came out of the previous time control, as we see. He has captured on e7, just came out of that huge time scramble leading up to move 40, and already two time trouble is looming again. So yeah, maybe we can talk about why does it make sense to throw in the check on c8, get the king out before taking the pawn on c6.
Yeah, I guess those are all subtleties, but maybe in some variation where the king is on h7, he can throw in a check on this diagonal. He just took on c6, by the way. So now we talked about this. Hikaru has to throw in the so there's a couple things he can do. I think we said in the check and then take right away, right? Although it's probably... Although, wait, if we do this, I can give a check. and this. This looks quite nasty with the queen behind the pawn, but even so,
But even here,
yeah,
even here, d5.
true. We can go d5, and after a6, we still have queen b8 check, which enables us to block on the next move. I think Hikaru still has pretty good drawing chances here. But yeah, so this is going to be very, very tense. It all hinges on this game.
It's gonna be super tense. It's gonna be, I think, the longest game, not just of this round, but I think the longest game of the whole preliminary, because this queen in game with Esipenko in a must-win situation is just gonna go on forever, basically.
Yeah, no, for sure. Esipenko is not gonna give him a draw easily, and Hikaru will fight with everything he has to try and make the draw. But yeah, it's this game is gonna be very, very tense. We are gonna be taking probably our last break of the day, but do not go anywhere, you guys. Keep sending Hikaru your energy. He has better drawing chances now than before, so keep sending him your energy, and let's push him through this tough game.
Indeed, let's do it, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the group stage of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, things are turning the right way for Hikaru.
Wait, did I lose your sound?
No. You should be able to hear me. Huh? You can hear me, right?
Wait, I lost. Sorry, I think my Zoom just froze.
Huh.
I think I'm gonna have to. I'll let you take a jump on the call. I think my software is just frozen. I don't know.
Okay.
They can
Yeah, we'll
hear,
sorry, what?
but I see I'm very laggy now. I think my Zoom just kind of crashed because I can't open
shoot.
the call anymore. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll let you take over.
Okay, yeah. Okay, great, you guys. Yeah, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Just great. Yeah, I'm split in half now. Okay. But we all know I'm a professional OBS Grandmaster. And we're back. Okay. Fix that on the fly. Oh. Wait 1 second. Okay, Fiona's back. Okay, and Fiona is back. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm super excited to be here, Benjamin. How are you today?
Pretty good, yeah. Anyway, so more moves happen in Hikaru's game. After queen d5, he went to h8, queen a2 by Esipenko.
So the queen has landed on a2.
Right. So now I'm very curious to see what Hikaru should do. I mean, the thing is, the queen on a2 supports the push of the a pawn. And if you go... And the d5 pawn is also controlled. And if you give a check here, after g3, the queen also covers the second rank. So what should Hikaru do here? Maybe... Maybe queen b8 to prepare d5? I don't know. Chat is saying d5. But
yeah,
what if
chat
you
is
just...
saying...
Go
Sorry.
ahead, yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, you're gonna say, what if you just take the pawn? Is there then a perpetual there, or why can't we take that pawn?
I don't get it either. Yeah, I think you can just take the pawn. I mean, you could give a couple checks. Maybe what you could do is, let's say we go queen b8 first, right, to prepare d5. But the question is, what if the white king steps out of the way, right? Like, let's say white goes king h1. I mean, d5 can always still be taken. We could, of course, block the pawn. Then after a6, d5, but Hikaru is not out of the woods just yet, even though the evil bar is a lot closer to equality here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of these positions that is so hard for us to tell you guys, first of all, is it a draw? It might be a draw, objectively speaking, but in these queen endings, really, it's so to find the right moves, because queens are such powerful pieces and there's so many different squares they can go to, and I'm stating the obvious here, but it's just not easy to find the path to defend, and it's also not easy as the side that is pressing to find the best way to make progress. So just some of the most difficult games there are in chess, the queen end games.
Indeed. So let's have a look. People were saying, so I'm just curious, people were saying d5 is a draw, but why exactly? Like, let's say white takes that pawn. How does black proceed here? And
yeah, I mean, we talked about the checks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the check the most tempting, but the most tempting moves to look at.
Right, so I thought maybe check, but let's say white goes g3. We throw in another check. And after queen g2, like we could always play a move. But queen g2, there's queen a2. You don't... I was thinking maybe here, and white cannot get behind the pawn, but white can at least defend like this. And it might be a draw, but... It's saying queen f1 to block. Also, the king is kind of stuck now, but you can also go queen a2. Oh,
and now, yeah, I mean, do you have to come back with the queen to a6 to stop the a pawn?
Maybe, but then white is free to move, right? Maybe like king g2, but let's see, we have more moves. Queen f4 check has been played by Hikaru. So I guess his idea is after g3 that he wants to go queen e3, for example, a6, and the queen comes back to a7 and has to block. Now after king g2... maybe we start pushing this. It's kind of white takes, we take. And maybe here white is better. But how does white ever make progress? So g3 by Esipenko on the board. This is tense, you guys. Queen e4 by Hikaru. a6 now is what I expect.
I mean, it's just so complicated. Like, how do you... I'm very optimistic, I have to say, about Hikaru's chances to draw. So let's continue down that line. After a6, queen a7, the question is, can white make progress? And if so, how?
Right, so I guess king to g2. Maybe we go like d5. King f3. We could... Okay, a6, by the way, on the board. Queen a7 blitzed out by Hikaru. And I think you just bring up the king. So let's say king g2. So what if we just push, right? The king comes up. I mean, if we push, the king is gonna go here, maybe. Although, I don't know. Might be a draw. It's tough.
Can white is struggling. Can we try, instead of running with the king, can we try and bring the queen to b7 somehow? I don't know, queen b5. Or is that too slow?
Well, in the current position, white cannot, because if he goes queen a4, queen f2 is an immediate draw, but maybe king g2, d5, and here, let's say, queen a4. Bring the queen to b5 and then b7. So let's see what happens, right? Let's say we push. No, wait, this is bad, because this allows check here and here. So we cannot do that. Maybe queen e3. Queen e3 looks like a nice move, because now we threaten the perpetual, which forces the queen back, and then we repeat. Right, so I guess that's always our idea. If the queen moves up, we come up with our queen and threaten a perpetual. So I guess that's why you cannot bring up the queen that easily. But yeah, it's a bit weird. Like the evil bar keeps swinging up and down, which shows how tricky this position is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really such a difficult. What do you think the objective evaluation of the position is?
I think
You think it's a
objectively it's
draw?
a draw, but probably practically it might still be very difficult to defend. But if there's a win for Esipenko, it's also going to be very difficult with only 9 minutes on the clock. So I don't know. I think it's really. I find it. I guess a draw is the most likely result.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you, and I think especially here what Hikaru was telling us yesterday is going to come in even more handy for him. There is not, of course, he wants to go through, and I'm not debating that. But he was saying no, he doesn't care maybe as much as Esipenko does. So for sure, a lot of pressure on Esipenko, especially because he must know that he was doing very, very well, and that this is probably not the best he can get. So that's probably eating away at the back of his mind, and that's good news for sure for Hikaru.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, Hikaru cannot dirty flag him. The players will get a 30-second increment after every move. But yeah, of course, maybe Hikaru feels less pressure. But I mean, when you're at the board, you always want to win. Like, no matter how, no matter what else you're doing in life. But let's have a look. So this game, we'll leave it for what it is right now. What other game do you want to have a look at?
Well, I think there's a heartbreak on the cards for Vladimir Fedoseev, who suddenly lost in the game against Rapport.
Oh. Yeah, so Rapport played this very nicely. He maneuvered his rook to the c file. And now after d5, Fedoseev probably felt like he cannot take this pawn. Because if you take black goes rook here, cuts the knight away from this square. And then there's nothing you can do about the king coming to d6, cutting this square away, and then rook a7, and your knight is all of a sudden trapped. So instead of all that, Fedoseev went to e5, but now it just looks lost, because I mean, black is just so active. The knight is coming to e4, maybe to d2. The pawn on b2 is always weak. There's always pressure on the pawn on f2. So if Richard wins that game, he will join Wojtaszek tomorrow for a tiebreak.
And that would be crazy. I mean, I had more or less written Rapport off. He was borderline lost early against Fedoseev. This group today has been absolutely but yeah, looks like it's headed for a playoff right now. As Esipenko. So let's go back to Hikaru. Esipenko has played h4.
Right, and d5 by Hikaru, pushing that pawn up the board. It would be really nice for Hikaru to push this pawn all the way through and exchange the d-pawn for the a-pawn. That would be an immediate draw, but things are not that easy. Like, let's say white goes king g2, we go d4. Here white always has to move queen a3, and you cannot play d3 because white just takes and keeps defending the a-pawn. So he will have to do something else there. But I mean, overall, yeah, just pushing the pawn through is a nice strategy. Like, let's say white goes king f3 after d3, it might already be an immediate draw. The queen does a really nice job of stopping the king from coming further up the board. And here we should have sufficient counterplay. I mean, and given the fact that Esipenko has 7.5 minutes, I'm starting to become more and more optimistic for Hikaru.
Yeah, it's really hard to see how Esipenko can make, as we see that he has just played queen to e2.
Indeed, yeah, so the queen on e2 is still defending the pawn on a6. Still tough for Hikaru. I was just thinking maybe an idea for him could be, like, let's say we go queen b6 and white makes a random move, right? Like, let's say king g2. Would it maybe be better to put the queen on a5 so it's at least in front of the pawn, so to speak? I don't know if that would be progress for Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the king the queen getting behind that a pawn. And I have to say, I mean, a while ago I was concerned, but suddenly I'm thinking, how does white just make progress here?
Indeed, yeah. It's looking tough for Esipenko, and also his time is ticking down slowly but surely. The position is, of course, fairly simplified, But there's of course maybe a chance of him making a mistake and all of a sudden allowing a perpetual or something along those lines. So I quite like, let's say, queen c5, trying to get behind the pass pawn, or maybe even queen d4, trying to put the queen on a4. But of course, if you do play queen b4, you always have to calculate moves like queen b5. And the question is, how does this play out? Because white has created this h3 square for his king, but I guess, I mean, we do have a lot of checks here. I mean, check, check. Very difficult to evaluate. I have no idea.
I mean, it feels like with the white king out on f2 that there should be a way to. What if we keep checking? What squares do we have? What if we give a check on b4 or c2?
Right, so I guess check here. Maybe the king just keeps walking over. I don't know. If we give a check here, white probably doesn't care too much about this pawn. It's really all about the a pawn. And if the king somehow, you know, walks around here, things could get tricky. It's difficult because for Hikaru, you can never really play a move like king g8. Just to illustrate, like let's say he plays, or I don't know if it's not possible in this position, but if you go king g8, then there's always lines where you might hang the pawn with check, right? So,
and
yeah,
maybe we can actually. I know we have the Richard report board. Maybe we can put Hikaru on both boards now, and we'll let you know if there is a result in reports game, so that you can all see the live position while we analyze.
Indeed, yeah. So the position we see underneath us is the live position, and the position on the right of us is our analysis. So let's see, lots of options here for Hikaru. Maybe another nice move. I was just thinking maybe it could be a move like queen f7. With the point being, like, let's say you go king g2. Now I go d4 and you do not have queen a2. This could be a nice move as well.
This has a point, yeah.
And I think Esipenko has set a little trap. Let's say Hikaru goes d4, which looks quite natural. Now all of a sudden there's queen e8 check. The king has to go here and white gives another check. Black steps back and queen b7. And this would suddenly be all over. Because if you trade queens, this pawn is going to promote. Black is not in time. And if you move the queen out of the way, white just pushes the pawn. And white can always block with the queen here. This is going to come and this is lost. So please do not touch the d pawn here.
That's actually a very good point. And I think a lot of us, well, not you, but a lot of me and my fellow, what do you call them?
Chatters?
I think d4 is a move that's like, oh, let's just push that pawn and try and deflect the white queen. The dirty frogs, I don't know about that name. Shatters.
Cheddar cheese. Yeah, do not get cheesed, chatters.
Young cheddar.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see what Hikaru should do then instead. I guess I still like the idea of playing queen c5 or queen d4 and trying to put the queen here. And now it's tough for Esipenko. He might want to play queen b5, but that definitely involves a lot of calculation. So he could play queen a2. That's sort of the easy move, but then already this is a repetition and he will have to, you know, think again.
Yeah, so if not queen a2, I mean, if not queen a2, the problem is just how do you, and he goes back queen a2.
Right.
Hikaru will instantly drop the queen back to a7, and now he has to come up with a new idea.
Yeah, so it's good that Hikaru moved back instantly, because even though Esipenko made 2 moves, he gains like 1 minute on the clock. Given the fact that Hikaru moves quickly, that barely gives him time to think on Hikaru's move. And yeah, now he has to come up with something else, and he was thinking here before and he didn't see it, so it'll be interesting to see what he will come up with now.
Does he just have to run out with the king?
I think so. Yeah, that is the only plan I see. Like king g2 is the only move that I see that makes sense. So So let's see. So king g2, we said d4, right? Now white could actually go back to e2. So I'm just curious, would this be much different? Still looking tricky for black. But yes, Esipenko getting below 7 minutes, so that's definitely a good sign.
So let's see. Let's go back after king g2, d4. Well, let's not go back. I mean, let's stay in this position after queen e2. What do you do now?
That is a good question. Yeah, I mean, we have moves like queen d7 to prepare d3, but white always has queen d3, and this is very annoying. He's blocking the pawn and still supporting this. And here, I mean, I'm always a bit scared to go king g8, because if I go king g8, then all of a sudden you have check in here. So I think that that's sort of the problem for black. White can improve the king, but it's very difficult for black to do that, because if you do, then you always expose yourselves to checks, and maybe all of a sudden white can push this pawn through anyway. And the white king, okay, it can come up, and in the very worst case, it might allow a repetition. And by the way, on the live feed, here we see that Esipenko is thinking while Hikaru is away from the board. And given the fact that, you know, below 6 minutes, that's definitely good for Hikaru.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this position, the last time you have king g2 has been played, it just becomes harder and harder to find the accurate moves, of course, as the... But for Hikaru, once again, it's always also a tough spot if you're Hikaru. At which point do you push the d-pawn? When is it safe to do that? We saw a second ago it wasn't safe because of the check on the back rank. Now there is no back rank check, so can we go d4?
Yeah, so I think d4 is very much possible here. Once again, if the pawn lands on d3, it's a draw immediately. Once again, if king f3, d3, white cannot do anything. It's quite likely that the d-pawn for the a-pawn will be exchanged. But white is going to play the nasty queen a3 and keep the game going, because the queen is going to block here, protect this, and it's definitely still quite unpleasant.
I really wonder this game. I saw a question in the chat. Is this going to be an 8-hour game? I think with this time control, 8 hours, probably not, but I think it could easily go another hour or more, as at some point the players are just going to have to play on increment, which is very likely when this will be decided, because as the time takes down, and I always feel like I'm such a Captain Obvious, I guess is the word I'm looking for, but you have to play so accurately in this queen, and it's just not possible with no time on the clock.
For sure, yeah. And I mean, like you said, 8 hours is unlikely, but maybe something like 6 is possible. And it would be good for Hikaru if he would keep some time on the clock for the difficult positions. For I think for Esipenko, the time is gonna run out in not too long. He only has 6 minutes. But on the other hand, the moves are more easier for him, and the board is updating. You guys, stop trolling.
Yeah, that is the good thing for Esipenko. As long as he doesn't allow a straightforward perpetual, he can always try and shuffle the pieces around. But
indeed,
that's as long as you avoid the perpetual. And sometimes it's not so easy. Sometimes you've put your king on the square and there's no escaping the
yeah.
And d4 has been played
by Hikaru indeed. So now I think the only moves I see are queen e2 and queen a3. You have to block d3 and simultaneously keep protecting the pawn on a6. So let's see. Actually, there's a third option. There's queen c4. That's also possible. So he has to play one of those moves. Otherwise, I think he just lets Hikaru completely off the hook, and Hikaru should be able to draw. Wait, second board was stuck for a second. Yeah, there we have d4 on the board.
Queen a3, I think you was at your would that be your choice?
I guess so, yeah. Queen a3. Or actually, maybe queen e2, because then he threatens this trick again with queen e8. I guess queen e2. I guess queen e2, yeah.
So queen e2. And then once again the question to Hikaru, how does he react to that?
Maybe queen d7, threatening d3. White goes queen d3 for that reason. And then it's the question. Yeah, like somehow I would like to improve the king's position, but I can't. Right, I can like go here, do the queen b3. I can throw in a check. I don't know, it remains tough. And by the way, you guys, just because the evil bar is showing equality, Esipenko is the only one who can win this position. Hikaru still has to defend very, very accurately to make the draw here.
It's also, I mean, it's one of the first times I think that as a commentator I've looked at queen endings, and it's just so tough to commentate on those, because it's hard for us to just calculate the lines, and it's hard to say any gems, let's say, about queen endings.
Yeah. There's actually one more very, very tricky move. White could also play the move queen a5. With this move, white is still defending the pawn on a6. And if you go d3, now white gives a check. The king steps up and you take the pawn with the check. You also protect this. So queen a5 would be a tricky move as well. And I'm trying to think here what Hikaru should do. This could be tricky. Because, I mean, there's also like checks here. If the king goes up, there's a check here. Queen a5 could be an annoying move, but maybe there's options like, can we go here by any chance? Like, is this a draw?
It always seems so scary to let the pawn advance to a7, and that's one of those spots where you can only do that if you have 100% certainty that this is a draw.
Yeah, no, it feels super scary to let this pawn all the way run up the board. But I mean, there's a check here. The one problem is that the queen is still covering this square. So if you give a check, the king could still go here. I don't know if this draws by any chance. I'd be quite shocked. I don't know what exactly is happening here. It's pretty dank, but maybe somehow... Wait, what if I just keep checking along the third? But this is almost impossible to calculate, because the line goes so deep and the king just keeps walking away. There's no clear draw. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, here the engine 0-0 seems to indicate it is a perpetual, but I think what you're saying for Hikaru, it's impossible to, like, if you're black here, it's so tough to let that pawn land on a7 and have certainty that it's actually a perpetual.
Indeed, but Esipenko only has 2 minutes on the clock. That is a good sign for Hikaru, but once again, the position is fairly simplified. He can always, you know, make a quick move, gain a bit of time. But let's say maybe a chance arises and Esipenko will have to calculate. He might go wrong because of the time situation.
Minute 45. Yeah, this is really now for Esipenko. He has no more time to calculate anything. One of the moves that stop d3 is what we're expecting, and he goes for queen e2.
Yep, logical move. So now Hikaru has to be careful. Queen e8 would win the game on the spot. He cannot allow that. So we talked about queen d7, which makes a lot of sense because it threatens d3, but white then goes queen d3 himself. I guess if this would happen, maybe Esipenko will repeat the position once, gain a bit of time, and then go back. That's possible.
Yeah, for sure. For him now, the time situation is critical. If he can find an easy repetition to get an extra minute on the clock, I agree with you. I think he will go for that. For Hikaru, besides queen d, what are other alternatives to stop the white queen from coming to e8? Shapper is asking about queen a8.
Queen a8 is a possibility. I guess the white king just goes to, let's say, f2. We could now bring the queen out to, let's say, d5. where it sits quite actively. After a7, black has queen f7, which draws on the spot. The white is still gonna go here. We could put the queen here, of course, but I don't know if that's necessarily an improvement. But once again, you guys, Hikaru needs you. Send in your energy, keep spamming that flower of power, throw in your prime to get Esipenko low on time. Just send all your energy you got. Send him all your energy. He needs it.
Send us everything. Give to us. But it's incredible that both games in this pool are still going. Grishuk against Bakru, we're not going to pull it up, but that's still going on as well, despite the fact that it has no relevance to the outcome of this pool. And get Fiona a second tee. That's true. My tee soon will be time for a new tee. Queen e2, thank you. It's Cruden for the tier 1. Thank you so much. And that is close, Benjamin.
Oh, queen d7 has been played by Hikaru. This is the best move. Threatening to go d3. So now Esipenko has to go queen d3 himself. He could go queen a2 to repeat the position, but we just go queen a7 to block, and then he has to come back to the e2 square or do something else. But either way, he's going to have to put the queen on d3 at some point. And now maybe the problem for white is that white cannot... although he can still just walk the king around. Oh, queen e4. Wait, what about d3? Wait, d3? Wait, d3? Wait, how does this not draw on the spot? Wait, no, there's no way. Because, I mean, check, I go... Wait, d3... No way, there's no... Because d3 draw... Wait, what does he... This must be a... Wait, let's pull up the live feed. This must be an error. There's no way. Because d3 just draws on the spot. No, it has... No, but d3! D3! How does wait, what did he miss? Okay, wait.
He played d3, no?
And it has been played. Okay, wait, so let's calculate. He must be looking at check, king h7, and a7. This is the one line that is tricky. Because if we go okay, queen b7, but no, wait, okay, we cannot trade. Wait, queen d8. Oh, and it's a draw, a7, d2. He's gonna draw.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's over.
Oh my goodness. Queen d8 is on the board, a7, d2, both players queen, but there is nothing white can do it. And Hikaru is actually going to hold this game. This is insane.
Insane. I mean, I thought he was just gonna lose before the time control.
Oh my
that is
goodness.
Absolutely insane.
Dave, what a monumental effort by Hikaru.
Yeah, and we see Hikaru standing up from the board. He must realize that now it's all good for him. And we see Esipenko like with a hand in his head. He must realize that he's let Hikaru completely off the hook here. And yeah, I think it's just a forced draw. Because I mean, what else are you gonna do? You cannot go back anymore. Like, let's say you go queen f3, right? We just go d2, queen d1, and the easiest way to draw is just queen a8. You chop off this pawn, and it's a draw. So the only thing white can do is to push this pawn, but black pushes his own pawn. White queens. Now we do not take, because white takes with a check. But we queen ourselves, and this queen is protecting the queen on d8. And it's just a draw. So I think that's it. Hikaru's going to move on to the semifinals.
Incredible stuff. A minute for Esipenko. Of course, for him, this is a really tough moment. He must know that he was winning, and now understanding that all the chances are gone. Queen d3, as you were saying, to stop the pawn was the last moment to put on some pressure. But 7, Hikaru, I'm sure, will bang out d2 there, and there he goes. And there is just nothing here for white that Esipenko can. What a game.
Yeah, so d2, and yeah, it's just gonna be a draw. Like 8 queen d1, and Hikaru's gonna get the draw and move on to the semifinals. There's no way you can mess up in this position.
Yeah, and I think here we will actually see a draw very quickly. We see the queens. Andre traded the queens on d8, and we might just see a draw for here, or a handshake in a second.
Wait, you have more moves? I don't see them. But I do see them on the live feed. I see that both players have queened I
And
guess his
draw
fingers just-
agreed, Benjamin. Hikaru is through to the semi-finals. Oh my goodness.
What an epic game. I mean, he came back from the dead. He was completely lost before the time control. But you guys did this. You guys did this. You guys threw in your prime, got Esipenko low on time, spam that flower, give Hikaru the power, and he holds the draw. He moves on to the semifinals, and his opponent is not known yet, but an epic save by Hikaru.
What an absolute incredible day we have spent here watching this game. Hikaru was under pressure from the opening. Then at some point the position was just plain lost. I think had given up hope, but we were wrong, and boy were we wrong. What an incredible save by Hikaru.
Indeed, yeah. The power came through in the end, and yeah, he moves on to the semifinals. So yeah, it's either gonna be against Wojtaszek or Rapport, but let's hope they will have them soon for an interview. We will keep a close eye on that to pull it up as soon as it's there. So let's put Feta save against Rapport on the main board, because that game is very important for the standings in Pool B. And then in Pool... what other game do we pull up? Maybe Grishuk?
Also, a big shout out to all 16,000 of you who are still watching us. Those are some huge... And as Benjamin was saying, kudos to all of you guys sending Hikaru your energy, your primes, your flowers, your everything. What an incredible day. And yeah, on the small board, sure, let's put Grishuk in back row.
Grishuk versus back row. But yeah, let's hope that Hikaru will soon join the broadcast for an interview.
Maybe we can look at Fedoseev against Rapport, the game you did on the big board, where it looks like Rapport is just cleaning up all those white pawns now.
Yeah, so Rapport has already collected the pawn on b3, and now he could go after the pawn. I mean, a4 is weak, h4 is weak. Knight e4 looks very good to go knight c3 with a check on the king and hitting the pawn. Also maybe knight g3 to f5, picking up the pawn h4. Rapport should win this one and join Wojtaszek tomorrow for the tiebreak.
Which is going to be really heartbreaking for Fedoseev, who was doing so well in this game. For Rapport, he certainly, I think, did not expect to join the playoff tomorrow, especially as Wojtaszek will be kicking himself as well. He had a crushing position against Oparin, but we'll see a playoff tomorrow. Interview, I'm sure Benjamin is keeping an eye out for the interviews.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, and we have them here.
A really unbelievable game. You've finished the game with a draw against Andrei Esipenko, and with this result you're qualified for semi-finals. Give us your take on the game. It was an up and down roller coaster, yes?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the opening I got very creative. I mean, I sort of mixed a bunch of plans. Like, when he goes bishop e3, I should probably trade. Instead, I didn't do that. I tried to play rook e8, and I don't know, I thought I was quite a bit worse. And then he went for this whole line with d5, which I didn't think was best, but then it got very sharp in the middle. I mean, I think Andre played very well. This whole knight d4, f4, I found c6. You know, I don't know what the evaluation is, but I thought we both found a lot of really good moves. And then just when I thought I was fine, right before time control, I made this horrible blunder, king h7. And I mean, I think there probably are better moves, but I just forgot that after king h7, I think it was queen f4, rook b5, I think. He just goes h4, stops rook g5, and I just resign on the spot. So, you know, I was quite lucky that the game went on, and then, I mean, this queen ending, I was sure it was lost, but Andre actually, I think, did the wrong strategy. He used all his time at the start of the endgame rather than just playing like 5 quick moves and then thinking for like 15-20 minutes, and I mean, I suspect it was winning, but he got a little bit careless and he let me get this d-pawn going, and once the d-pawn got to like d4, I felt there were chances, and then he just blundered this queen d8, d2 idea, so obviously it's a big relief, but yeah, very, very crazy game, but you know, you bend, but you don't break, I guess is the saying.
2 specific questions. One, did you consider the line with move 14, bishop takes a6, where you could answer by capturing on h3. How do you
yeah.
set that line? Was messy?
I mean, this is also part of the problem in terms of what happened later in the game. Was there were a couple moments where he has d5, bishop a6, and I thought for a long time, and like for example, I played this bishop d7 move, and for the longest time I wanted to go knight h5, d5, and then some knight a7, bishop a6, bishop h3, bishop b7, and then after like 20 minutes I couldn't make it work, and so I think the one where he had it in the game probably was not very special for him, but I mean probably I should have committed to several different things at various points in the game, so yeah.
The other question, you played c6 very fast, but the computer unbelievably suggests knight to b6. Did you see that move? You can imagine it now. The idea, well, I don't even explain to you the idea.
Jeez, okay. I mean, okay, that's ridiculous. Oh my God, nice.
It's a fun move.
Yeah,
Okay.
Computers. I mean, yeah. Now that I see it, it's actually.
yeah.
I thought that c6 was the best move, and I mean, okay, knight b6.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's quite unbelievable that resource there.
Computers.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Well, anyway, congratulations, and we'll see you in the semi-finals in 2 days' time. By the way, you're going to be playing against either Wojtacek, but we still have to wait for the winner of the Rapport-Fedorov game. How do you assess your chances against one of these two players?
I mean, if I don't lose, I have good chances. I think it's that simple. If I stay solid or I don't make blunders, I think I have good chances. But you know, I've lost. I think. I mean, mind you, it was many years ago. But the last 2 games against Radek, I lost, and of course, Fedorov, I lost him in the World Cup in 2016 or something in Georgia. So yeah, I mean, I've had struggled against both players. But like I said, if I play good chess and I don't blunder, good things should happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Bye.
Okay, so
maybe Dina
happy.
will have him for an interview shortly, but we'll just have to wait and see. Well, of course, but yeah, knight b6 was the move. We said because you connect the rooks, you hit the pawn on c4 in the meantime, and still hit the knight. But of course, not an easy find, right? It just looks sort of like an impulsive move, just sort of off your radar. But after
No,
that, he was in
I think
trouble.
it's really hard, and of course, like for the viewers at home,
Wait, we have
Benjamin.
Hikaru for an interview. Sorry to interrupt.
And therefore,
No worries.
Hikaru, congratulations.
Are still in progress and not running away from us.
Streaming live. Hikaru, congratulations on qualifying. While you were playing, we were sort of worried that somehow expecting you to get to the tie breaks tomorrow, and therefore I was wondering, what is your favorite color when playing your Armageddon? Is it what do you think is the strongest?
I mean, I think I've had a lot of experience online. I mean, certainly over the board, I would take black just because I think I'm a lot quicker. I actually think I'm probably quicker over the board than I am online relative to my opponents. So most of the time, I would take black.
On another note, who do you think is going to be the next youngster to cross 2700?
I mean, there are probably like 10 Indian players, like, and Indian junior players. One of them will break through. I don't know which one though.
All right.
Maybe Arjun or Nihal, somebody like that. Yeah.
Considering how you just rolled all your opponents, rolled over all your opponents here in Grand Prix, do you think we could consider you being the strongest ever amateur on the planet?
I mean, that title belonged to someone else until recently. I mean, there was this guy, Luke McShane, who had that title. I mean, I think it depends how I play in the next couple of days, and also in the next Grand Prix before, you know, I want to say I'm not playing or I am playing.
All right. The final question, perhaps. You used to be a very emotional chess player, so results were important for you.
Mm-hmm.
How did you learn within the years not to care about the result of the games?
I mean, which answer do you want? I mean, fine,
literally
let's
don't
give the
care.
honest answer. Well, I mean, when you find something that pays a lot better than playing chess, it's very easy to sort of not get very emotional and just try to play good moves.
All right. Well, tomorrow's going to be a rest day for you. Do enjoy this one, and good luck the day after.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let's
I'm
hope
wondering what.
he can join shortly for an interview. Here, Hikaru.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys just fine. Yep.
All right,
Congratulations!
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you find a way.
Yeah. So, first
You're
of all,
looking.
how do you feel after qualifying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty tired. Obviously, I mean, the game was a roller coaster of emotions, certainly, because I mean, I thought that I was completely fine right before time control, and then this King H7 move. I mean, I don't know what the objective evaluation is, but it felt like as soon as I did that, I mean, I didn't have a good reply. And then we went into this end game, and I mean, I was surely lost, but you know, you keep trying to play moves, and good things happen.
Right, yeah. King H7 was actually one of the better moves. It was the move knight c6 where you went wrong.
Okay. I mean, I think the fact is I needed to be a computer probably. What am I supposed to do here?
Knight d5, apparently.
Ah.
But
And then
yeah,
after
maybe
queen f2?
Then we thought maybe a move like rook g8 to make sure the g7 is never hanging. And if
okay. Yeah, I mean, again, like at this point, there's probably some way to do it, but I was kind of low on time, and I mean, basically, I thought that I was fine, but when I played King H7, it was just based on a pure miscalculation that after Queen F4, Rook B5, there's H4.
Right.
But then, of course, in the interview after the game, I mean, I was told about this Knight B6 move, and that kind of just ruins. I mean, that really just ruins my whole attitude about the whole game, honestly. Because if I do, I mean, if I find Knight B6, I just draw without even a sweat.
Right, so I guess Knight B6 was just not on your radar because it's just sort of an impossible move, so to speak, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I spent all my time looking at C6, D6, Knight A7, and so I just blitzed out the line because that's what I did when I spent my time on Queen F6.
Right.
So
yeah,
so I spent all that time, and then yeah, I thought C6 was right, but I mean, what a game, what a game. Now the queen ending I think was losing, but as soon as Andre started thinking for a while, that actually made me feel much better about everything, and somehow I drew it. Although I'm sure it was lost. I mean, I suspect they would have lost that like.
Oh, I was just gonna say, well, actually, we didn't see a clear win for white, so it definitely felt very unpleasant, but we couldn't figure out a clear win for white.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, so now I'm actually even more confused about the game. So I was sure that I was just losing. I was sure the queen and pawn endgame is somehow losing, but
at the end, like what you got?
Yeah, I mean, I thought queen a2 was correct. I mean, I didn't see a win, but I assume somehow it's winning for white here.
Well, I think he played fine. I mean, he just should not allow, of course, the immediate draw with queen. I thought like if white goes queen d3, it's still pretty nasty for black.
But after queen d3, can't I play queen a4 and just sit? Maybe he can just run the king straight down.
Yeah.
Maybe. No, but I mean, again, it's very tricky. because on king e4, there's queen c6 takes queen d6, and I can start checking every which way, I think.
So what
maybe
not. King f3?
Queen c6?
Okay, king f4.
Right, but now you have no threat, right? So now I have to find a stall. Now I have to stall out. Maybe like queen e6 or queen d5?
Right, yeah. Yeah, no, it's that's sort of the thing. Like, white can make progress with the king, but then what, right? Like, you come up with the king, but there's no easy follow.
Yeah.
But of course.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe it's. I mean, I was sure at the board that it had to be winning for white, but then luckily just blundered this line that I mean, I didn't see it at first glance either when I played. I don't remember which move it was, but I didn't realize that I could draw right away too. It took me a while in my calculations with queen d7 to spot this queen d8 move, and yeah, when he went queen e4, I mean, I was like super thrilled, relieved, because after queen a8 also doesn't work. Just to show it, queen a8, king h7, a7. There's queen e7, and then the queen's in front of the pawn, and much like in rook and pawn end games, the queen in front of the pawn is not what you want here, and this is just a draw.
Right.
So.
Yeah. No. So,
yeah. Let me ask you. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, Fiona.
Just for us, I think for us, sometimes it's even more of a roller coaster because we see with help of the computer moves like knight b6. But I'm sure for you there were a lot of emotions. Did we just get gifted 100 subs by Tribeca Castles? Wow, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for the 100. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tribeca Castle, long time supporter of the channel. Yeah. So okay. So what were you asking, Fiona?
How did you feel like the ups and downs? I mean, Was today special over the board?
I mean, I would say that, I mean, once I was very mad at myself once we reached move 40, because I felt that I had misplayed it. I thought I had the draw right there, and I had thrown it away. So I was pretty mad at first. But like I said, once Andre started thinking, and then once I realized there are only moves for me, it's not like I can even really think about ideas. You just sort of play the moves and you hope that it's okay. And so I didn't really have time to think that much about it. But I mean, obviously, I was under pressure, and I like to say that I don't care. And on the one hand, that's somewhat true. But once you're in the heat of the moment, once you're in the game, I mean, you can't just forget about 20 years of playing chess professionally. So it's like, I mean, what's the saying? You can take the chess out of the
Hikaru, but not the Hikaru out of the chess.
What is it? Let me just get it correct. It's you can take the
Hikaru out of chess, but not the chess out of Hikaru.
Something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember what it is. I'm too stupid. But anyway, yeah, it's one of those things. You can you take the boy out of the farm, but you can't take the farm out of the boy, or something like that. Same thing with chess, where it's like, I'm trying. Of course, at the end of the day, you do get back into it. But at any rate, no. I mean, I was really just relieved at the end, because I thought I'd be going home in a couple of days, and I didn't want to do that.
What does it mean to you to be in the semis instead?
It's just great that I get another 4-day vacation from streaming. Yeah, I guess, I mean, what I would say though is that, all things being said, when you play in a tournament where it's like a knockout, or you don't know how many days you're going to be playing, it's nice to know that you're going to be there till the end.
Yeah. And well, we saw your interview actually, and they were asking about Fedoseev or Wojtaszek, but in fact it is Rapport who has qualified for the playoff with Wojtaszek. So between Rapport and Radek, do you have a preference?
I don't have a preference, but it would have been nice to play the fish. I think everybody wanted me to play the fish. So that's kind of sad in a way, because I really would have loved to have played the big fish in the semis, but it is what it is. I don't have a favorite per se. I think I've played both those players quite a few times, so it's just going to be fun and just try to play good chess. But I think certainly now I just try to have fun and try to enjoy, and we'll see what happens. But at least I get a rest day tomorrow.
That's very nice indeed. Yeah.
Do you have any plans for what you're gonna do? How much chess will you look at tomorrow?
I mean, I'll definitely look at some chess, obviously. I think tomorrow I probably will actually go out, go to Checkpoint Charlie, go to the Brandenburg Gate, do some of this stuff. So I probably will do that actually, because I didn't have a chance to do it on the previous rest day, but I will look at some chess. I will. I mean, again, I'll probably take a little bit of a break. I'll go eat dinner. I'll do a recap for YouTube probably, and then probably sleep in or something. Maybe finish watching Jack Reacher on Amazon Prime Video. Those of you guys have Prime, make sure to watch the show. It's a great series. So probably something like that, and then I'll worry about chess tomorrow at some point.
Do you think you'll be watching the playoff between Wojtaszek and Rapport?
I probably won't. I mean, I don't know when it's going to be. I mean, if I'm out, I'm out. If I'm here, I'm here. But I mean, even if I don't watch it live, I'll definitely look at it afterwards, and go from there. So, yeah, no, I mean, it's true streamer, right? Because I said Prime, exactly, you guys. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just very happy that I made it through. I mean, obviously, I think I said this maybe yesterday. Even if I had lost it still would have been a successful result. I would have gained points. I would have proved that I could play. But to actually qualify and win the group is quite nice. And I think again, for all the people who wanted to try and say online chess is not like over the board chess. I mean, there's really no difference. At the end of the day, you get a position, you play chess. It's the same game. So I'm very happy. Yeah.
No, and it was certainly a very impressive performance, especially after having been away from the board for so long. You kept us certainly on the edge of our seat.
Yeah, I mean, what else I was going to say also, though, is like I was kind of surprised that Andre was the one who made the blunder, because I mean, he's what, half my age or something? And I mean, I haven't played like a 6-hour game. I guess I had the game against Sasha, which won about like 5 hours or something. But I haven't played like a serious like pressure game like this in like 3+ years. So I was kind of surprised that that Andre seemed like was the one who ran out of energy before I did. So I know you guys are going to say I'm roasting him, but I'm not. I was just surprising. It was just surprising to me because obviously he's had a lot more experience in recent time than I have.
I saw earlier in the chat people were Andre like at the end of the game.
I mean, he was fine. He was fine, obviously. I mean, I actually, I was going to say, I think apparently it's a Sergey tweet, but I was going to say something. I think Sergey, with what he did, actually, it put a lot more pressure on Andre than me. I mean, because by saying that, I think Andre then feels like he has to like do something special. And whereas for me, I mean, it doesn't really matter at all. So if anything, I think putting that extra pressure on him was not very smart by Sergey.
And finally, Hikaru, before we let you go off, I know it's been a super long day. Maybe just your thoughts on the position, which now seems to have turned completely. We've pulled it up on the small board.
Well, this is Sasha versus Bakro. Yeah, I mean, of course, it would have been nice if Etienne could have played this opening against me instead of playing French. Obviously, I was sort of expecting this opening that he played today. It seems like against everybody not named me, he seems to like not have any respect. He wants to play aggressively, and against me, he just wants to make the draws. I mean, like his game against Andre yesterday was absurd. I mean, he could have drawn that game like 5 different ways out of the opening, and then he starts playing the game, and like against me, he's just like, no, I'm just gonna make the draw. I'm just gonna make the draw. No messing around. So it's kind of funny to see his games against Andre and of course Sasha here, but yeah, I guess Sasha's going to get the win, which I mean for him certainly helps rating wise. Although I don't think there aren't points, are there, for third place? I think only top 2 get some points in the Grand Prix standings.
I thought that third got the tiniest amount of points, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, who knows? But
you do get points if you finish second in the group, yeah.
Right, I thought it was first and second. I didn't think third got. Oh, 2 points for third?
Third
okay.
also gets points, yeah.
Okay.
But it's like 2.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's not a big deal. I mean, I'm through to the semis. I don't have to change my airline ticket, and of course I get 4 more days of vacation. So it's great to get a little bit more time away from chat.
Win-win, Hikaru. Congratulations on making it. Congratulations on a stellar performance.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I mean, joking aside, I mean, at the end of the day, I am a competitor, and I do want to play well. So, I mean, obviously, I'll be back to streaming. But it's fun to play. It is fun to play, especially when things are going well. And I think also, I remember back when I was playing, but I know they said this about Levon. But I think for the fans, I mean, when Levon is playing well, or I'm playing well, chess is always great. I think chess is doing very well when we're on form. So I think it's great for the audience, and hopefully I'll be able to make it to the final, and everyone can just be spamming K Kona all day long. That's the plan. 3 out of 4, right? I think.
Yeah, 3 out of 4. Yeah,
3 out of 4. America, baby, America. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Hikaru, thank you so much for making time for us. It's great to see you in high spirits. It's great to see you through to the semis. We can't wait to see those games. Best of luck. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem, you guys. And like I said, chat, obviously I'm somewhat joking, but I'll be back soon enough. Although I was going to say I probably at this point will stay the whole time. So like if I lose in the semis, probably the last day or 2, I'll just be streaming from here. So we'll see. But it's all good. Life's good. Yeah. So I'll see you guys soon. Okay.
Enjoy the rest day tomorrow. Best of luck.
Yeah. I also wanted to say, enjoy your rest day and best of luck, of course, in the semis.
Thanks, you guys, and keep up the great work. And hopefully I'll be back in 2 days for more interviews.
Cheers. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
All right. See you guys. Bye.
Bye.